Okay, so time for round 3. You know the deal. I'm going through all my games, and you're watching. Or not. I mean, the first video did get 10 people to watch. I don't know how much of they watched, but honestly, 10 is like 11 more than I expected. So, cool. Anyway, games. First one's not in a box, so this will be the easiest. I mean, it is in a box, but its own box. That's the DDR Mario Mix for the GameCube. This is the only Nintendo version of DDR, I believe, and it's not bad. I mean, most of the songs are based on, like, music from Mario games, so it's not as varied as a normal DDR would be, but it is pretty fun. It's a cool novelty, and finding it now is just increasingly difficult, so I'm definitely glad I have a copy. And of course, we have my old mascot, Bulbasaur. Yeah. I actually originally bought this as a gift for someone, and then things just went kind of cattywampus, so I ended up keeping it and using it as a mascot when I started this set of videos, and I still have it, and here it is. And that's pretty much it. Not much of a story, really. And then we have this Pikachu hat. I never really understood the hats that have like these big string things. I don't know what the appeal is. It's just kind of weird, but it's a thing. I don't even know where this came from. It might have been in a loot crate. I'm not really sure. It's just this. I don't know. And of course, giant Charmander, because I love Charmander and Charizard and that whole thing. Okay. Oh, I was gonna say I'll do boxes, but nope. I'll talk about these. These are the Vader style Atari 2600s. They're called that because they're all black. They don't have the wood panel. And, you know, back in the day when these were out, Star Wars was out, and people associated all black with Darth Vader. So, Vader-style Ataris. One of them I know for sure works. The other one, undecided. I got these from someone who was selling them. They just had extras, and they wanted to clear up space in their collection. It actually ended up being someone I knew. And actually, half their collection came from an old friend and was most of the games that I used to play as a kid with that friend. So it was interesting meeting them and just seeing their collection and everything. But yeah, they didn't really collect Ataris as much. They ended up with these and just wanted to offload them. And I didn't have a Vader variant of the console yet, so here we are. And now I'll get into boxes. I'm going to take this off because it's a weird hat. Okay. Box 1 is more PS4 games. I really thought we had gotten to them all. We have not. Oh, I will talk about this one. Not really, but it's a steelbook. I have a bunch of those. But this is the Soul Calibur steelbook, and this is one of the fighting game franchises that I actually really, really enjoy. Kilik is the guy. Like, I will kick your butt with Kilik. Not really. I'm not going to kick anyone's butt in any fighting game. I'm awful. But I am decent with Kilik, and I do enjoy this game. But most importantly, this button on the steelbook here, when you push it, it's the announcer. That's pretty cool. He's not as cool as the announcer from Gauntlet. No one is. But this is a pretty cool announcer, too. And he said the thing. I don't like they said retold after it. Just welcome to the stage of history is all I want. But anyway, that's just the thing. And then we have a bunch more games. They're not nearly as interesting or important. It's the same as before. I have a lot of limited run stuff. A lot of JRPGs. And then, you know, some of the action platformers and just adventure games like the Jak and Daxters. That kind of stuff. Also, every Metroidvania I can find, and it's a lot, because that actually is one genre that is really making a comeback. I have seen more Metroidvanias come out recently than ever before. I mean, there's more now than there were back in the day when Metroid and Castlevania were both big franchises. I say that, but we actually have a new Metroidvania-style Metroid coming out in like 2 weeks. But yeah. So my PS4 is a lot of that stuff. You know, I do have the occasional, like a No Man's Sky, which is like a crafting game, or some sandbox games like Just Cause or Far Cry. But for the most part, it's a lot of JRPGs, a lot of Metroidvanias, a lot of like retro-style stuff, because that's just what I'm into. Okay, I'm already on the ground, so I'll stick to these boxes, and then I'll do the bins later. This one's heavy. Okay, a little bit of everything in here. To start off, there is, of course, more PS4, and also an Xbox One game. Oh, it's Battleborn, the one I mentioned earlier. And then, yeah, these are all just LRG titles. Oh, we've got some more Xbox One. Doom, Fade to Silence. I'm not even sure what that is. And then the Falconeer. Also, we have... this was an April Fool's Day game released by Limited Run Games. It is 3 games made by Green Lava Studios. And these are legitimate games. They're just not ones that people would normally buy on purpose. Because it's Mr. Masagi, My Name is Mayo, and My Name is Mayo 2. Those My Name is Mayo games are actually idle clickers, like cookie clicker, that kind of thing, but you're clicking a jar of mayonnaise. It's a ridiculous game. Like I said, this was an April Fool's joke. They put this out as a gag, but, I mean, they were releasing a real physical limited thing. It was just meant to be a joke. But, of course, I bought it because, again, it's got a loose game in there. I'm just going to open it. But, you know, joke or not, it's a limited thing, and I want to have it. Plus, a lot of those joke things that people don't expect to sell well, don't sell well, and they later become rare and collectible. So I figured now was my chance to get a copy for cheap. So yeah, there we go. Sorry, cancer. Okay, moving on. We have Fossil Fighter Frontiers. Actually, the reason I have a Fossil Fighter game is I believe it was Jaden Animations did a video about a Fossil Fighter game that she used to play as a kid, and it sounded like an interesting and amusing series, so I went and bought one of the games. And then we have a soundtrack for Neon City Riders, and we have the last 2 versions of the Jim Power game that you haven't already seen, and that's the one for... Actually, we did see the box for the 32 CD. That's the Amiga console. Yeah. They released the disc only at first, and people were kind of annoyed because Amiga CD32 games usually came in a box. And so, after all the fans yelled at them, Pico went through and manufactured boxes and mailed them out to people. But the TurboGrafx CD one just comes in a TurboGrafx CD case, because that's how all those games came. So that's what those are. And then we have more NES games. We have another one of the Super Mario Bros. Multi-Carts. It's Super Mario Bros. Tetris and Nintendo World Cup. Again, I don't know which combination of Super Mario Bros. And other games is the rare and expensive one. I just, at one point, was trying to get all the combinations, and now, if I see one that I don't have, I'll grab it. But I'm not going out of my way anymore, just because, I don't know. I know there's a whole bunch of them, and there's even more if I go to other regions, so I just grab the ones I see, and I don't really care. And then we just have some unlicensed games, B-52 and Big Nose. I did not buy that for $3.99. That's just a sticker that's stuck on there. Especially because that says Electronics Boutique, and they've been out of business in my area for like at least a decade. Not that that means anything. I've been collecting for 30 years. But that's not the price I paid, is what I was getting at. Here we have Special Edition of one of the Shantae games. Actually, it's the Shantae game. And this is the reprinted one for the Game Boy Color. Like I showed you the box earlier for the one that's just the Game Boy box, this is the Special Edition version of that. I think this is worth a crap ton of money right now, because even though they added more copies of that game into existence, for whatever reason, the price didn't really drop at all. So this is now just as valuable as the original one was. In fact, the limited ones are probably worth even more. So I don't know why, but this is super expensive. Once again, I can't stop yawning. This was... not those. What is it? Oh, it's a Space Invaders postcard. I love Space Invaders. This here was... I don't know what the original... what this was for. This was some viral marketing for something. Where they sent out these little postcards that were vague and didn't really say what it was related to or who it was from or any of that. And they mailed it out to a bunch of people. I think people did eventually figure out what it was related to. I'm not sure what they came up with, but the last I heard, the 3 things they had it narrowed down to was either a Coldplay album, something related to the game No Man's Sky, or I think it was a new game being manufactured by, I want to say it was the site I Am 8-Bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was them. But yeah, it was one of those three things, but nobody knew for sure. So it was a fun little guessing game on the internet for a while of everyone speculating as to what possibility this might be, what it might mean, what's coming. Last I knew, I think it ended up being that I Am 8-Bit thing, but I'm not 100%. Who knows? It could be anything. We have some Panzer Paladin cards. I think they actually look like playing cards to like some sort of game or something, but I don't really know. They just came when I bought the game. We have some more collector's edition games, Friends of Ringo, and then a last name that I'm not even going to try to butcher. We have The Mummy Demastered for the Switch. This was also made by WayForward, the people that made Shantae. Basically, they took the new Mummy movie, the terrible one, and they made a game out of it, but instead of using modern graphics, they went back and did an 8-bit, actually it's more of a 16-bit, but like an SNES style game for it. So that's what that is. We have Overlord. Oh! My God, I don't know why I'm yawning. We have Overlord for the NES, Curse of Ilmor Bay for the Genesis, so very old game, a very new game. If only had a borrowed and a blue game. We have more PS4 stuff. And oh, here we go. When I mentioned those, when I mentioned that I got, what was it, Truxton, these were the other three shooters by that company that were released by Limited Run Games. Zero Wing, Hellfire, and Fireshark. Toadplan, that's the name of the company. Obviously, these are the reprinted ones that Limited Run did, whereas Truxton is the original printing of the game. Now that I see that they did like some patterned side art thing, I kind of wish I would have got Truxton as well, but I had already spent nearly $1,000 on the order that I did place, so I didn't need to add another $60 game to that. Here we have some Evercade carts. I know I've mentioned the Evercade a bunch, so I won't get back into it, but I will say that if you're going to get any of the carts, the Indie Heroes one, definitely a good way to go. A lot of the indie games on here are ones that I backed on Kickstarter or just supported vocally on like Twitter or whatever. And actually some of them are ones I've reviewed already, like Twin Dragons, which I still maintain is a very, very well-made NES game. It feels right compared to like old school NES games. Like if this would have come out back when the NES was in a heyday and actively being developed for, it would fit right in. You would think it was easily just an official, licensed, NES-approved game. It was super good. Likewise, Doodle World, Flee, Quest Arrest, those are all games that I backed. Ploid, not only was I one of the people that backed it, but I was actually the person that convinced the makers to release test carts as one of the Kickstarter tiers. If you don't believe me, I actually do have the messages between me and them where I asked if they had any test carts that they were using. And I'll get more into why I reached out to them about that later. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things on this indie collection. So if you have an Evercade and aren't sure what to get for it, get this. Okay, let's see what else we have. Cthulhu Saves Christmas, yet another PS5 game for the PS5 that I don't actually have because no one does. And then we have a bunch of Switch games. We have, it says Kill You everywhere, but the name of the game is actually Ruiner, which they decided not to put on the cover for reasons, I guess. And then the Mighty Gun Vault and the Avicii game, RIP. We have, what is this? Oh, this is annoying. They did this dust cover for the Shantae games. And in the order, at the time when you could buy this dust cover, you could also order most of the Shantae games at that time. I think 3 of the 5 games were available at that same week where the dust cover was available. One of the other 4 was available like a week or 2 prior to that, and I believe was open pre-order, so it might have still been available when this was an option. But the 5th game was sold like a year prior, without any indication that the other ones would eventually be coming, or that there would be like this box to put the set in or any kind of thing. So by the time this came around, you had already missed your chance to get the first one. and it was Pirate's Curse. And if you look online now, you'll see that it's going for hundreds for a Switch copy. So I, unfortunately, when this was part of that giant order that I put in, and I had assumed that I'd gotten all the Shantae games because I got all the ones that were available at that time, including the one from a few weeks prior, and I thought that was all of them. Excuse me, I'm dying. But I had not realized that I was one of the people that missed Pirate's Curse the first time around. So now I have this box, but it will never be full because... Sit over there, Zelda. Because I only have 4 of the 5 games. So there will always be that little gap, and it's just going to annoy me for the rest of my life. But I'm not paying $400 for a Switch game. No, that's ridiculous. It's a current console. Nothing for a current console should cost that much. It's all still out there. So, yeah, no, I'm not going to own that game. Unless the price, for whatever reason, comes down, but that's not how prices on collectibles work. So I'm just never going to own Pirate's Curse for the Switch, and that box will never be full. Okay, moving on. We have a bunch more of these Neo Geo style cases. I'm a big fan, specifically the Metal Slug one. I really love Metal Slug. And then, lastly in this box, we have 2 more Shantae Special Editions. It's Shantae for the Switch, and Shantae Risky's Revenge, also for the Switch. You can tell because of those obnoxious red boxes they need to put in the corner of all their covers. Because who needs good cover art when you can have corporate branding? Okay, more boxes. We have Charmander. That's my guy. And then, Oddworld Stranger's Wrath. Yes, I'm pretty sure this is also for the PS3. The one we did before was Abe's Odyssey. That's Stranger's Wrath, so it's different. Here are the plastic cases I mentioned before with all my limited run cards. As you can see, I have a bunch, and as you saw in the other videos, this is not nearly all of them. In fact, looking at how full these are and how many other cards I've come across, I might need to get a 3rd box. So, yeah, there's a lot of those. And then we have Little Dragon Cafe, which, from what I can tell, was similar to like a Harvest Moon type thing. And I do love those kinds of games. I think I made that clear. So that's why I bought this. And the collector's edition had a tiny little plush dragon in it. And I love dragons and little plushes. So that was just a me thing, and I needed to get this. Also, let's be honest, you've noticed by now, I buy every collector's edition. We have another Pokemon Funko. This one is Bulbasaur. And I'm really surprised Pokemon and Funko haven't had a bigger partnership. Like, those two things are pretty much made for each other. Funko is all about having a gigantic lineup of these little figures that are collectible that you're going to want to buy all of. And Pokemon has a million different characters, and the whole goal of the franchise is to get all of them. It's literally the tagline, gotta catch them all. So why we don't already have a Funko line with all 800 plus Pokemon, I don't know. But we really should. Not that I need to buy all of them, but it would be nice to have the option to get all of my favorite Mon as Funkos. So I'm just throwing that out there. Funko Company. Partner with the Pokemon Company more, whatever that's actually called. I don't think they're called Pokemon Company. It's, Game Freak. There we go. Partner with them and just release all the Pokemon. Here we have a dragon from Dragon Age, which is a very underrated series. Like, I know people get excited when a new one's announced, but otherwise, people never talk about or think about Dragon Age, and they should. They're so damn good. And then lastly, we have Catherine Full Body. It's a game. It's a very weird game. Very, very weird game. It's part visual novel and part, I want to say, a puzzle platformer. I don't really know how to describe the gameplay in this one. It's interesting, but it's very fun. If you're out of stuff to play and you want to try something completely different, pick up Catherine Full Body. It'll entertain at least. And now let's move some boxes. And am I off the frame? No. Cool. Can you see this? You're about to. Okay. This one is very light. This must be next to empty. Oh, it is. Oh god, it's almost entirely empty. Okay, so we have this bad boy, the Virtual Boy. Obviously, you all know what this is. Unfortunately, the controller for this, someone left the batteries in it. Not me. I was given this as a gift. But someone did leave batteries in it at some point in his life, and as I've shown you with my earlier consoles, the batteries did what they're prone to do. They burst and got corroded and just kind of ruined the inside of the console. So that Virtual Boy doesn't actually work. I mean, it does, but it doesn't have a controller. And since the controller is also where the power comes from that goes into the unit, I can't use it at all. So it's just kind of there right now. It looks cool on the shelf, though. And I do have some games for it if and when I ever do fix it. And then in here, what I'm playing with, because I'm a child, we have Legos. They're Halo Legos. Lots of them. This one has white stuff on it. I'm trying to figure out if it's paint or mold. It's paint. My house isn't that gross. And then, of course, World of Warcraft Legos. We have the Lich King and the Dragony person that's with the Lich King. I've already forgotten the name of them. But yeah, Lich King has his own little throne, which is very, very yellowed. And I don't know how, because this sat in a box for however many years. But yeah, isn't it pretty? I know it is. Okay, and then little Lego guys. And that's that whole bin. So I don't know who packed that, but they put nothing in there. And we have another little box, and then I'll get to the big boys. Okay, this one's a little bit of everything too. We have my Vita. I mentioned before, I do love the Vita. Everything for it is expensive, but it's really fun. It has a ton of JRPGs. So if you're like me and you're a fan of JRPGs, you really should have that console if you don't already. And then I have a modified Game Boy, and inside, which I already mentioned earlier, LSDJ, the one that lets you make all the cool audio stuff. And I say this is modified. It has a port for the sound to come out. It's stereo sound. And it also has a backlit LCD screen. So it's pretty nifty. It runs through batteries a lot faster than the normal Game Boys. And there's a giant spider over here. I swear to God, this thing could eat children. So, I'm sorry, but you need to be murdered. Oh, I felt him pop. Ew. And there's a little spider. He's dead too. Sorry, I get distracted when there are giant, gross, creepy things in my house. That's why I had to move out from my roommate. Here we have the Prince from Katamari Damacy. It's a little figure of him. It's not the actual Prince. He's out in the cosmos rolling up things. We have some pre-order bonuses for Kataria Fables, which is basically a Harvest Moon for furries. But it looked cute, so I did pick up a copy. Plus, like I've said multiple times now, I love those kinds of games, so whenever I get a chance to get a new one, I'm going to. Then we have some more Evercade carts, a Megacat Studios collection. Megacat is just like Pico Interactive. It's a lot of indie games, a lot of new stuff being developed for old consoles. However, I do take issue with this cart. One of the games they included on it is not a full game yet. See, the game was being kickstarted. It's still being developed. And they decided to include it on the cartridge anyway. Basically, Megacat had three options. They could either include a demo for the game on the cartridge. They could not include it on the cartridge at all and just have 7 games. Or they could postpone the cartridge and wait until development was finished. Unfortunately, the second and third options were both completely acceptable because 7 games on the cart is still a good number. That's still some good games, and I'd be fine with that. And also, postponing the cart until all the games are full and complete is an understandable method to take. They didn't go with any of those. They went with the first one, where they included a game on the cart, and without any warning anywhere on the cartridge, that game is not a full game, it's a partial game, and they will later provide a patch to the cartridge to update it to the full version when the game has been fully finished and developed. The downside with that is that the Evercade is supposed to be like a physical console. It's for physical collectors to own a real cartridge with these games actually on it. And now you're going to have to go online with it and download an update to your firmware to be able to play the whole thing. And just kind of defeats the point of these standalone physical carts and consoles. So I was very annoyed by that. I definitely think they went the wrong way with it. They could have postponed the cart, or just put the 7 games on it, or picked another thing from Mega Cat's library. They have other games that weren't on the first collection that could have been on here in place of that one. So really, I don't know. I don't like the approach they took on that. I think it was kind of crappy. It's kind of a dick move to give us an unfinished game and not even warn you anywhere for the listing for the cartridge to say, hey, 12.5% of the games on this cartridge are not really games that you can play all the way through. But yeah, I can't change what they did. They didn't really ask my opinion. I'm just tossing it out there. Here's that Kataria Fables game I mentioned. It's for the PS5, so I obviously can't even play it because no one has those. One of these days, I will eventually get one, and an Xbox One X too. Of course, the year will be 2023 when that happens, because no one knows how to produce electronics anymore. And then we have some more PS4 games. They're all from Limited Run. Panzer Dragoon is the one that matters because it's amazing. And then some more Switch games. These are both imports. There's Empire of Angels. What is that? 4. And then, I knew the name for this. It's like Dungeon and Gravestone or something like that. Usually when PlayAsia, when you get an import from them, they at least write the English logo for the game on the cover. Like the spine will sometimes still be Japanese. I have multiple that are. But usually, at least on the cover, you get the English. But this time, they decided not to do that and just went full Japanese with everything. But it looks like a fun game, and I bought it. And I'm pretty sure it has an English language option in the game, so we're all good. Then, what else do we have? We have a button chart, a Sega Saturn and Sega Genesis controller. These are wireless Bluetooth controllers. And if you have a Bluetooth receiver specially made for those consoles, you can plug it in and use these controllers with the actual original consoles. I did, of course, buy those adapters. Otherwise, they're just Bluetooth controllers that you can use for anything. Use them for your PC or whatever else supports Bluetooth. We have a couple more indie Atari 2600 games, Hugo Hunt and Robot City. This is my special edition Zelda 3DS. I say mine, the other one I showed you earlier is mine too because someone gave it to me. But this is the one I got for myself. We have... This kind of bugged me too. When Limited Run Games released Panzer Dragoon, they reprinted it with Sega's blessing and whatnot. When they did the Switch version, they did a special edition case to look like a Saturn case, and the Switch game fit inside it. For the PS4, for whatever reason, they left this case empty, and they just sent you the empty case, and then they sent a standard copy with it. And if you look, there's room. This could fit inside there, but it doesn't, because that's not how they designed it. So this is just a nothing. It's just an empty case with nothing in it, and nothing will ever go in it. And it doesn't even say PS4 anywhere on the case. So it's not like putting a PS4 game in there would make sense to anybody, because there's no indication that that's what you're getting. If anything, what I'll probably do with this is find a disc-only copy of Panzer Dragoon for the Sega Saturn and pop it in here to make it a complete thing. Because really, otherwise, this just looks useless. It's just going to be weird to have the empty case on my shelf for no reason. So, yeah, I have to find something to do with it. I think that's the route I'm going to go, is just find a disc-only copy and make it complete-ish. We have some more special editions. Hyperlight Drifter and Indigo Prophecy. I can't stop looking at that giant Spider Corpse. He was a big boy. We have another Neo Geo game. This one I probably won't open because it's King of Fighters, and I have no interest in those. I really just bought it because I wanted to get the whole set of these special edition Neo Geo case releases that LRG did. We have a Zelda controller, because it's Zelda and I need to have it. And then lastly, we have some sort of Fallout thing from a Loot Crate. I've played the original Fallout on PC way back in the day. It was kind of fun. Since then, I haven't played any of the Fallout games. I know what they're about. I get the gist. I just haven't actually personally played them. So I don't know much about them. This case looks really gross, this bin. You can probably see all this on the side. I don't know what it is. It's kind of sticky and it wipes off, so I really shouldn't have touched it. That's gross. Ew. It's kind of brown. It looks like oil, honestly. But it's not. It's not in my games. The games were all stored inside. They're safe and sound and not gross. I don't know what that is, but we're good. Okay, let's get you down here. Ugh. Okay, this one has a bunch of stuff, and I'm on frame. Not that it matters. You want to see the games, not me. We have a bunch more Skylanders. I've already covered. These are all, special ones. That's why they're all still sealed. You'll notice they're all like the translucent coloring, or they're glow in the dark, or there's some sort of theme, like this one's themed after FIFA, or just soccer in general, I guess. Stuff like that. We have some more collector's editions with Oni-chan and Anima, Gate of Memories. We, of course, have more amiibos. I have a set of 3D glasses. I don't know what these came with, but they came with something. I think one of these games had like a special collectible thing in it that was like an old comic book in the 3D style, where you put the glasses on and it looks like things are popping off the page. You kids don't even know what I'm talking about. More Skylanders. We have yet another Rocksmith, not to be confused with the other two I already showed you, because this one's for the PS4 and the other ones were for the Xbox. Pretty much the only difference, otherwise it's the same game. We have a Plants vs. Zombies Metal Lunchbox. We have more special editions. This is another of the Senran Kagura games that I talked about. This one is, I don't know. This one looks like it might be the Muso style one. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's a series of games. It's all the genres somewhere. Mostly it's just about girls in little to no clothing. More special edition games. Puyo Puyo Tetris, which I love Tetris, and anything that's Japanese style, so that was a must-have for me. I do still have a World of Warcraft game, apparently. I thought I got rid of most of my PC titles, but apparently not. Because I also have Watch Dogs. I have Unreal Tournament in this big, spiffy metal box. Nope. Ooh, Quake Wars, limited collector's edition. And what you can't see in here is a bunch of loose Atari and Coleco cartridges. Just tons of them. For all the Ataris, too. It's the it's the 5200 and the original 2600, and I think in here are probably the 7800 games as well. And then I see that's an Intellivision cart. So yeah, there's a little bit of just all the old cartridges in here. We have a few that are in box. Just trying to see if any of them are worth mentioning, and no, it doesn't really look like it. Oh wait, here we go. We also have some Nintendo 64 games in box that are hiding under these cartridges. Now I'm glad I looked. I won't show you everything because some of it doesn't matter. There's another World of Warcraft box. There is an Unreal faceplate for the 360, which I do still love the changeable faceplate thing that they did with the 360. I wish that would have carried over to more consoles. That was a cool concept. To just let you customize the look of it and just make each console feel more like it belongs to the player. Here's another one, Universe at War. This was a pre-order bonus when I worked at GameStop, and someone didn't collect it, so it became mine. Disney Infinity Portal. We have the feet for the Wii Fit board. A PS3 controller. A Funko for World of Warcraft. Sorry, it's just Warcraft. I think that's actually themed off the movie. We have an XCOM figure. It's another game that actually looked really interesting, but I haven't played yet. Believe it or not, I have a large backlog. Now that I've done this little tour, I think you understand why. Here we have some Box 64 games, like I mentioned. We have Turok Rage Wars, which pretty cool. It's Turok, everyone loves those. We have Mario 64. Unfortunately, it is the player's choice, not the first print, but still, having it CIB, and actually a really nice condition box too. There's no major creases or tears or anything like that. None of the cardboard is bent really. It's a nice condition box. And then most importantly to me is XG2. I loved this game. It's a motorcycle racing game, but in the future, they're like Tron style bikes, and it's just very fast paced. The levels are really crazy. It's a super fun racing game. It's similar to like Jet Moto, in that it was really fun. It was really just frenetic and hectic. And neither was ever really popular. Not many people have heard of or played them, but they're great games. And anyone that has played them, I've never heard people say they dislike them. Like, if you like racing games at all, you'll love that one because it's just super, super fun. I wish it would have got more attention because I wish we would have got more of that series. Yeah, I know. Stop, Atari carts. Like I said, I'm not going to pull up every Atari cart because most of them aren't worth talking about. A lot of them I got in lots. They're all common, games that everybody has. There's nothing special. The only special one I have... I'm going to have to look and see if it's in here, damn it. Okay, well, first let's talk about these. These are a bunch of Minecraft books I got from someone. It was a gift. I have played Minecraft a little bit, not as much as most people, but I at least know what the game is. I've played it, and actually the one time I did play it, I ended up spending like 8 hours inadvertently because I kind of get sucked into like simulation crafting type games like that. But after that first time, like I realized I kind of already did all the things I wanted to do in the game. Like there wasn't a whole lot more to it. I know they've since released updates with some new content and whatnot, but it still just felt like it was more the same. It's still the same game. You're still doing everything that you've done before. So I haven't bothered. But yeah, it is what it is. We have one of the book things. I'm forgetting how words work. The thing that tells you all the stuff that's happening. Not a calendar, like a itinerary. That's it. We have the itinerary for Too Many Games from 2016. It was fun. And then, of course, the guide for Hyrule Warriors. This is specifically for Legends, so that would be the DS version. And then... I don't know if the Atari game I want to talk about is in here, but I do have to check because I do want to talk about it, because it's pretty cool. See if I can find it. Not any of those. I've never met anyone that... There's no one that has an Atari that doesn't have just like duplicates and just tons of games they don't intend to play. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone at one point or another bought an Atari in a lot and then just ended up with 500 games when they really only wanted one or two. And also, no, the game I was looking for is not in there. Okay, hide the gross spider corpse with the bin, and then we'll open the gross bin. Are there more spiders? No, we're good. Okay. This one's heavy. This one is boxes. Okay. Let's get into the fun. First, the box of magic cards that does not belong in here. Oh, that's why it's in here. It's full of Game Boy games. I think I've mentioned this before in these videos, but at one time I wanted to get some more stuff for the Game Boy. I don't know why, but I just had it in my head that the Game Boy is something that I felt should be easy to collect for, and I felt like I should have more games than I did. So I went on eBay and I was looking for someone that had a lot. And it was very lucky. I've not seen a lot like this since, at least not for any kind of reasonable price. But someone had close to 100 games, all loose, no duplicates, and they're just like, here. They started the listing at a penny. Back when people on eBay used to do that. You would start the listing at a penny and it would just go up to whatever it was worth. And it ended up closing for... It was not a lot, like $30 max, like way less than it should have been, even at the time. So I was super happy when it closed, and a lot of them were, bulk games. Like I got Scooby-Doo for the Game Boy Color. What is this? Yeah, T.J. Lavin's Ultimate BMX. So a lot of bulk crap that didn't really matter. But then one of the things in there, not that one I got on purpose, but like here's one of the Tamagotchi games. It was a Japanese-only release, and that was in there. There's a Japanese version of one of the Yu-Gi-Oh games. There was, I think this is a little more uncommon, Quarth. So there's just a lot of titles that I didn't already have, that I wasn't necessarily expecting to get, and I was pretty happy when those showed up in the collection. So yeah, that was a great lot that I picked up. Like I said, I haven't been that lucky and found one that cheap with that many games again. So it was just luck that it worked out the way it did that time. But it was cool that it happened nonetheless. I do have a giant pile, not giant, but a pile of NES guides. These are just the manuals for all the games. Because these are all games that I have loose copies of, not box copies. As I mentioned before, I now have an empty box for my Tenjin Gauntlet, so that game will go in that box, and now it'll be complete. And then aside from manuals, I think all the rest of this is games. I do have Heart Gold full in the box with the Poké Walker. Like I mentioned before, these are hard to find and kind of expensive because those Poké Walkers are also just really accurate pedometers, and they're kind of in demand. Not just from Pokemon fans, but from people that want a really good, accurate pedometer. We have a Zelda game in the box, because I want complete in-box copies of all of them. We have Waimanu in the box. This is an indie game released by Pico. And then, I don't need to show you everything that's in the box. I mean, I'll show them to you, but I won't talk about each one, because they don't all have a story. R-Type, I already said, I do love those. We have Etrian Mystery Dungeon, which is similar to any Mystery Dungeon game, like the Pokemon ones or any other thing. We have Tetris Worlds, because again, I'm kind of a Tetris fan. And then actually, this is one we're talking about. It's Project X Zone. This was, who was it? It was Bandai Namco, Capcom, and, Sega. The three of them teamed up and did just a giant crossover game. So characters from a bunch of different franchises by all three of those companies all showed up in this game, and it's like a tactics RPG style thing. So you'll have like Mega Man, and you'll also have Ulala from Space Channel 5, and you'll have what's his face from those fighting games that I don't care about. Like, you just have all the different characters crossed over into one. I thought that was a really cool idea for a game. So I definitely had to pick that up when it came out. I remember this is one that I pre-ordered and I was super psyched about. Actually, speaking of games that I pre-ordered and was super psyched about, it's not in front of me, so I really should wait until it is in front of me to talk about it, but I want to talk about it now, so that's what I'm going to do. The Sonic RPG that came out, and honestly now I'm even forgetting what it's called, but there's a Sonic RPG that came out for the DS that was really, really great. I don't know why it didn't do better. I don't know why it wasn't reviewed higher and more popular. It should have sold more, and we should have got a sequel, but it was super fun. It was really cool to see those characters in a different setting. It was like a Mario RPG, but with the Sonic characters. I loved that idea. I loved that game. I liked that they tried something different with that franchise, especially because how stale they had gotten just doing platformers, especially when they started making the terrible 3D platformers like Sonic 2006. So I wish that RPG would have done more and that they would have done a sequel. Just because I liked the Sonic franchise and I want it to do well, and like I said, those 3D platformers they're making are not doing well. Here we have one of the Dragon Quest games for the Famicom. Dragon Quest is one of the best soundtracks of any old school game, like easily up there with Legend of Zelda, Final Fantasy, Castlevania. It's so good. A lot of the music from the very first one, Dragon Warrior, has carried through the entire franchise because it was just so good they didn't need to change it. And like I said about a lot of things, it was very underrated. I wish that soundtrack got more love. You know, whenever you hear people talking about remixing, remastering, or whatever classic Nintendo games, it's always Mario, Zelda, Final Fantasy, Castlevania. Those are the ones you hear most often by far. Dragon Warrior is rarely included, and it really, really should be. So many of the songs from that first game, and all the games really, are just super, super great. It's kind of like Shadowgate. That's another one that has an amazing soundtrack, and no one ever talks about it, and they should. So that's why I bring that up, is that I want to get it the attention it deserves, so I always bring that up when it comes to the soundtrack. Just have some more special editions. And then it looks like this is actually just a ton of boxed Game Boy games in here. Obviously a Zelda. Montezuma's Revenge. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Montezuma's Return. Montezuma's Revenge is when you get diarrhea. We have a bunch of DS games. Oh, look at that. The Sonic one was in front of me. And now it's on the floor. Sonic Chronicles, The Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, great RPG. Everyone should be playing it. This is the version of Mario 64 that we should have gotten on that Switch triple pack. Although we also should have gotten one with upgraded graphics and better camera controls instead of a exact port from the 64. But this one had so much extra content with the extra playable characters, the extra stars and levels, the minigames. Like, this is really what we should have had. It's so disappointing that Nintendo just took the absolute laziest route possible when releasing that trilogy. I'm kind of glad that Zelda didn't get a trilogy for the Zelda anniversary, because it would have been just as crap, and it honestly would have been more of a disappointment than anything else. Okay. We have a bunch more DS games. This is the Metroid one I talked about, Prime Hunters. That was the DS game I mentioned my story about having to trade stuff in at GameStop, and it ended up being a foreign game, so blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was this one. It was Prime Hunters. As you can see, it still has the GameStop sticker from when I put that sticker on there and then quickly turned around and sold it to myself. You know what? I'm okay with that write-up, because at least it led me to getting this game, which I didn't already have a copy of at the time, and it's not a terrible game. We have more DS games, lots of weird stuff like Electroplankton, and then lots of less weird stuff like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or Zelda. I'm a little all over the place with my collection, as you've noticed by now. More stuff. We have a copy of Lunar. Happy about that. The Lunar games are hard to find. That one, not as much as the original ones, but still, they're all kind of pricey. Obviously, more Zelda, and more Zelda. And another collector's edition. Man, there are a lot of DS games. Got some Harvest Moon. Got some of the terrible Kingdom Hearts games. The first Kingdom Hearts was pretty good. Kingdom Hearts 2 was the best one, in my opinion. It's like Shrek. But then all the spin-offs and, I don't want to say mobile titles, although I think it did have mobile titles, but all the handheld titles and just all the other stuff that you had to do that all tied into the story and were required to fully understand Kingdom Hearts 3, they're just crap. And then Kingdom Hearts 3, of course, is absolute garbage, because you basically had to do homework to really understand it. Here we have probably the coolest special edition console that I own. I can't believe it wasn't inside a protective case or anything. But this is the Japanese-only Charizard Special Edition. It's got that really cool wireframe Charizard on the cover there. It looks awesome. On the back, it's got some flames. It just looks badass. I really, really love this console. I imported it from Japan. I do have the box. It is complete. And it is Japanese only. It is region locked like all the DS and 3DS units are. So I can't even play any games on it. But I don't care. It looks amazing. That is the coolest console. I'm just annoyed it never came to the US like most cool collectibles. I don't know why, but Nintendo hates the US. We never get any of the cool stuff. Here is the Pokemon X and Y Special Edition. And then just the Game Boy Color. Once again, I have a lot of those DSs. And apparently, a lot of games for the DS, because these piles just never stop. I do have all the Pokemons in here, because, like I said before, I pre-order them all because I'm just a fan of the franchise. I buy them all so I can play them all. So they were never intended, I never intended for them to be like collectible status. You know, every single one of them has been opened. This is a game that I've played because I really like the Pokemon franchise. So I bought that for me. Like, it's cool that they became valuable, but more importantly, I played them all. Yeah, here we have, you know, we have Platinum, we have one of the Mystery Dungeons, we have Pokemon Black. They're all in here somewhere. So I just really love those games. Here is the one I mentioned before, Dark Spire. The one that's like the old Swords and Serpents game. It It's really cool. I pre-ordered it, got the special edition with the soundtrack. It's really fun, great game. You should all be playing. And then, Devilish. This was a game I mentioned before with my two friends, Bleep and Bleep, back in college, where we used to go out and we would just buy random games because they had cool cover art or a cool name, and we'd just play them and see if they were any good. It was always stuff we had never heard of. It was always stuff that was dirt cheap, and we took a chance every time. Sometimes they were crap, and we'd laugh at how bad they were. Sometimes they were fun, and we'd be really excited. This was one of the fun ones. Obviously, this is a DS game, but it's based on an old Genesis game. It's called Devilish, and the game is basically a scrolling Arkanoid. You're going through a fantasy medieval type setting, and your ball is basically your weapon against all the enemies and obstacles that you encounter, and you want to keep it in play using your shield or whatever to bounce it back against things and keep attacking and moving your way forward through the levels. It's an interesting take on the Arkanoid gameplay mechanic, and it was just a really cool, fun game. So I remember when they announced this for the DS, I don't think this was one that was pre-orderable, because there used to be a time where you couldn't pre-order every game, only the super popular ones. The other games just came out when they came out and you bought it or didn't. But I tracked this down as soon as I was able to, because I really loved the Genesis one. It reminded me of my friends, and it was just genuinely fun. So I really wanted to get a copy for the DS. So that's all. It's a really fun game that I really enjoy and have nostalgia for. So I bought it, and if you're looking for a fun game, you should buy it too. If it sounds interesting to you. If it doesn't sound interesting, don't buy it. I don't care. Devil Summoner 2, Shin Megami Tensei, whatever those games are called. They always have the longest titles, but they're always decent games. This is not a legitimate Pokemon. It's actually a Game Boy cart. They just put it in a DS-style case. This is the specific hack that they used for the Twitch Plays Pokemon. So all 151 Pokemon are in this particular ROM. You don't have to trade with other versions or anything. It's all here. But yeah, it's Pokemon, but it's modified to have everything. And I thought it was kind of cool, because I always hated how you had to trade with friends, because I didn't have friends. I always ended up buying both versions of the game every generation, and then having multiple consoles and just trading with myself. But I did finish my Pokedexes most of the times because I could trade with myself. So it still worked out. We have Chibi-Robo, and I did get the edition that came with the Amiibo, and I do have him still. So yay for that. Chibi-Robo became an expensive game for no reason. I guess just no one bought it. I mean, it's fun enough, but it's not as popular as the price tag would lead you to believe. Okay. That's all the DS stuff, at least all the box ones. I do see a couple loose ones in here, and I'm not thrilled about that. I have no interest in loose DS cards. Although now that I say that, I realize what they are. They're the Metroid Prime Hunter's First Hunt, little, promo discs. This was like a pre-release promo demo type thing to get you hyped about the game. It's not the full game. I think these came from GameStop too. I think these were things that, if you pre-ordered some other game, you got this demo to go with it to get you to buy Metroid, and people didn't want them, or we didn't give them out, or whatever the case was, and I ended up with a bunch of copies. Here's two here. I think I actually had a third one at 1.2, but it stopped reading. Just none of the consoles would read it, so I eventually just gave it to someone who wanted it, a collector who I guess thought he could fix it or something. Here we have a bunch more Game Boy games, all in box. We do have a lot of the Pokemons. Not Shiny Gold, that's a ROM hack. But Fire Red is not, that's legit. And for no reason at all, I have 2 copies of Fire Red. It was just, once again, the same as always. I bought a Game Boy lot. It was in there in the box, so I wasn't going to say no. And I'm glad I didn't, because now they're worth all the monies. More games. And then this actually is, I saw someone online do this, and it was the greatest idea. You take a binder, and you get one of those card pages, and it's perfect for Game Boy games. So this is where I store all my loose games. Well, I mean, not all of them. Some of them are in that Magic Card box you saw earlier. But everything that didn't come in that lot, I store in here. And it's a really handy way to store all your games. That's all. Just want to mention that. case you're ever looking for a handy way to store all your loose games. We have more boxed games. I always forget just how many complete and boxed titles I have. We do have, of course, the classic NES version of Zelda. One of these games is loose. It's new. Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland apparently does not have the insert in the box. It just has the box, and it feels like the instructions too. So it's a complete game, it's just missing the box insert. We have another Harvest Moon, and of course the other classic Zelda, because, again, all the Zeldas. We have the DS version of the Skylander Portal. We have yet another DS. This is the DSi. And my classic NES-style Game Boy Advance SP, which is in awful condition. It has all kinds of scrapes and scuffs. The little warning sticker is slowly fading away. And there's some residue where it looks like there was some sort of label on here. Yeah, it's not in good condition at all. You know, funny story about these. The reason I wanted to get one is one of my buddies that I mentioned in a previous video. He got one of these on the day that came out. And I'm like, oh my god, you got that Nintendo edition, it's got that style, that is really cool looking. And then I remember we were walking out of the store, he took it out of the box, and in the parking lot he was looking at it, checking it out, and it was really cool, and then he dropped it right away. So it landed on the pavement, and it scuffed, like the back corner here where the battery is, like it's scuffed and dented in that corner. Which, I mean, it sucked, and we were both like, oh, that sucks! But at least that way he could always tell which one was his. So if he ever lost it, or if someone stole it or something, he'd be able to find it real quick, because there was that really noticeable scuff and dent right there on that corner. I'm rubbing it like mine has it. Mine obviously does not have it. This is my own version, not his. But yeah, I was super jealous that he pre-ordered it and got that cool special edition, because I just got the regular SP. I had to track down one later, and clearly I tracked down a very disgusting one, because this thing is in rough shape. Like, I don't know if you can see, but like I said, there is some big adhesive thing there. Someone had some sort of label. I don't know. But it's still really cool. It still looks like a Nintendo thing, and that's why I like it. We have some more NES manuals. Mega Man 3, Simon's Quest, Kirby's Adventure, Ninja Turtles. So at least they're all good games. And then we have some bricks. These are just normal. They're not modified. They're just normal brick Game Boys. They all work. They all have the battery backs. I left batteries in it. Guys, don't do this. Luckily, these ones did not explode. But I think I've made it clear by now why you should not do that. I have a number of things in this collection that are probably dead because I did that. So learn from my mistakes. Please don't do that. This battery back does not want to open, so I can't tell if there are batteries in this one or not. There are not. I was smart for once. We have a regular Game Boy Advance. Now I have to check everything. Nope, I'm smart on that one too. Good for me. And yet another DS. And once again, this one's Zelda themed. And then at the very bottom, I won't pull everyone out because most of them aren't worth talking about anyway, but just a bunch of loose Game Boy Advance games. Just a whole ton of them. Some Yu-Gi-Ohs, some more Pokemon ROM hacks, some random RPGs, a few more Pokemons, a copy of Dokapon, which has nothing at all to do with Pokemon, it just has a very similar name. It's actually kind of a fun RPG though. And then, you know, of course you have like the Pro Action Replays and the Game Sharks, those kinds of things. Back in the day, if you remember, when you were still allowed to cheat in your games, unfortunately nowadays, with leaderboards and online everything and achievements and all that, you're not allowed to cheat or hack in anything ever. If your game's not easy, you just have to play a hard game and suck at it. I kind of miss the days where you could just use codes to make games easier. Yeah, just all the loose carts. A bunch more Pokemons in here. Again, these are all legit. These are all ones that I bought when they were new. The boxes for those, if they weren't in the piles I just pulled out, are probably in one of these other boxes. Because once I got to like the GBA era, I was saving all the boxes. It's just, unfortunately, the first two original ones that I didn't save the box for. So all these other ones I do have. I just keep the games loose because I like playing them, so I want them to be that much more accessible. The boxes I put in the box protectors, they stay on the shelf, and then the carts stay where I can get at them. And that's it, unless you want to look at some dust bunnies and the gross spider corpse. But yeah, that's everything I can fit in this frame, and I've slowly piled all of this stuff in front of me, so I need to move all of this before I can do anything else. So we're just gonna move along. Okay, more of these. This is a lot of stuff that's not in boxes, so this little section will go quick. Obviously, it's one of these dudes from Portal, and I don't know if it's still gonna work or not. I don't know if it's actually turned on or not. It is turned on. And they're motion activated. Or not. There it goes. So that's a fun little thing. That's all. I just wanted to just show the thing and make it make the noise. Then we have the guns for both the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. Menacer and Super Scope. This thing, if you can tell, is all of the yellowed. That's the gray similar to what it's supposed to be. That's the gray it is on top. So I don't know how. This has never been like outside or exposed to excessive sunlight, but it's a gross color yellow now. And this is actually just the color it's supposed to be minus some grime. But yeah, these are great. There are some amazing games for these, like Metal Combat. However, without a CRT TV, all these old school light guns like you would have for, you know, these consoles, the NES, even up to the Dreamcast, you can't actually use because TVs don't process them the same way anymore. So until someone like Analog comes up with a new system that has a receiver bar like the Wiimotes had, all the old gun games for all the old consoles are actually useless and unplayable. Unless, of course, you still have a CRT TV, but not many people do, and good luck buying them now. They're expensive as crap. Collectors have snatched them all up. We have Skylanders. Always more Skylanders. Just assume that there are more Skylanders that you haven't seen yet. And despite the best efforts of age, the seal is still intact on this box. As you can see, everything is still in the box. That is because I ended up with a second copy. I already have all the Skylanders games for the Xbox consoles, and then the PlayStation 1, I don't remember if it was given to me or I picked it up on clearance or what the deal was, but I ended up with an extra copy. This is the box for my MacBook, which I use to edit these videos, so I don't know why this is here in the pile, but it's not a video game. And despite the fact that I edit these video game videos on it, it's not even game related. Another Skylanders box with one of the Skylanders in it, but not the others. That's weird. Then we have DDR, the worst of all the Guitar Heroes, although I did get the 2 guitar bundle, so I have 2 of the guitars to play the worst of all the Guitar Heroes. We have the box for my Xbox One Project Scorpio edition. As you can see by the discoloration, it is absolutely covered in dust. That's the color it's supposed to be. So yeah, now all the dust is on my pants. That was not well thought out. DJ Hero 1 and 2. There's a big dent in my Project Scorpio box that I'm not thrilled about. I'm pretty sure we already saw a Last of Us PS4. So, I know I have multiple PS4s, but I may also have multiple copies of The Last of Us. Rock Band 3 Pro Controller, or Pro Guitar, which you already saw the guitar. That's the box for it. Then we have Power Gig, which comes with a almost real-size guitar that has actual strings on it. It's still a rhythm game. As you can see, this one is still complete in the box. We have another Rock Band 3 guitar box. And then this back here is the box for Rock Band 4. It's just a big empty box. I don't need to show you a gigantic empty box. So instead, let's look at stuff. I'm just moving these because they're in the way. It's just the dock for a Switch and then the microphone for Rock Band. Nothing worth talking about, really. Okay, boxes. Let's do interesting stuff. Right on top, we have another poster, because of course we do. There are always more posters. We have Radiant Historia, Special edition, of course, still sealed. Which, honestly, I could probably say of course for that, too, at this point. Just go away. We have more Funkos and more Amiibos. I like little collectible figure guys. We have... Oh, when I bought the... I already showed you my Amiibo cards, the not quite official ones that I got on Etsy. They came in this awesome little box. At least the Zelda set did. So that's what that is. These are Super Mario Brothers coasters. I would put them in my kitchen, but I don't want my entire house to be full of nerd stuff. I already have this giant room, so I'm just going to keep all the games in here. And let's see. We have Saturn Bomberman, which actually took me way too long to finally get a copy of. I need to move some of this stuff because I'm going to trap myself very, very quickly. We have another limited run card, which are actually in a case just off camera behind me that you can't see. A Pikachu Special Edition 3DS. Once again, because I feel the need to iterate everything I've already said 100 times, I have a lot of DSs. We have more posters. We have more limited run cards. So many. Oh, and also a card for the game Eternal. I think that was just like a promo thing that came in like a loot crate or with a magazine or something like that. Up there. Okay. There are games in here too, but I'm trying to get through all the other nonsense first, and then I'll tackle the games. We have another little Vault Boy bobblehead. I swear to God, we've already seen one of these before too. And then we have two more Amiibos. A big Monster Hunter one, and also another Fire Emblem one. Neither of those are characters I necessarily care about. They just look cool, so there they are. Okay, now some games. We have Legend of Wukong and Star Odyssey for the Genesis. Both of these were made by Super Fighter Team. They're both RPGs, and they're both worth way more than they really should be right now. Because indie games just really, they have exploded. Like, I love that the indie game market is a thing now, and we just keep seeing more and more companies popping up and releasing these small games for, you know, the Nintendo and the Genesis and the Super Nintendo, Game Boy, whatever. But I feel like now you almost have to buy every one as soon as they come out, or else you'll never get it for a reasonable price. Like, as soon as whatever the first batch of these games is sells out, the price just goes obscenely high. Project Blue was a big one that just completely blew up. But Raleigh, Twin Dragons, Flea, any of these games, they're all ones that I backed and I bought when they were first announced because they just looked interesting and fun to me, and I wanted to play all those games. In fact, I've already reviewed most of them on here. But now, if I just look at price charting or eBay or anything to see what they're going for, they're triple or more what I paid for them. It's ridiculous. Here we have a My Little Pony Friendship is Magic game for the NES. I can't remember if this is like a new original game or if it's just a ROM hack and someone took an existing engine and an existing game and just, you know, swapped out some sprites. So one of these days I'll have to play through it and actually find out. But clearly it is, you know, it's not an official game, despite the fake seal they put on there. It's just a fan-made kind of thing. We have another little figure. This one's also Assassin's Creed. I say also because I know we've already seen a lot of Assassin's Creed stuff. And then just some random games. Resident Evil, Kingdom Under Fire, Heavy Rain, and a copy of Bulletstorm, Epic Edition. Although that's not the original box for this. And the disc does not say Epic Edition on it. So this is just a random mismatch of stuff thrown into one case. And oh my god, is that disc in awful condition. Aside from the big circle scraped on the label, you can't see any of it, so I'm just talking to myself. But there's all kinds of scuffs on the bottom. That is not... I may need to see, and I'll probably have to buy a second copy of that game, because that is not in good shape. And then, last thing in here, this will come as a shock to anyone playing the home game. We have more Skylanders. Oh, and also the Pokemon Go Plus thing. Yeah, it's one of those. Okay, let's do more boxes, because that was quick. Holy shit, this one's heavy. That's why it's heavy. Okay. This is all cartridges. Just lots and lots of plastic. Oh, there's going to be some I want to talk about in here, though. I like the 64. The 64 was all, like, high school era for me. So a lot of these games are ones I played with a lot of my high school friends. Like Nuclear Strike was in the Desert Strike series that I mentioned. I absolutely love those games. No Mercy was one that me and all my friends, we weren't even necessarily wrestling fans, but for whatever reason, this is one sports game that I will always plug because it's done so well. The controls, even on that awkward Nintendo 64 controller, are super intuitive and they feel very natural. And just the gameplay is great. It's the right pace, it's the right amount of fun, everything is really just good in the game, and it gives you a really awesome customer or a character customization option to build your own wrestler. And I mean, you get to choose every individual move that your wrestler does. You get to alter their look however you want with either realistic or completely off the wall, like costumes and stature. It's really fun. It's great. And this is my original cart, so it probably still has all the in-game versions of me and all my high school buddies that we added into the game. So it's super fun. Even if you're not a sports games fan, because like I've said, I'm not really, this is fun. You really should play it. If you have a 64 and you don't already have No Mercy, you need to get it. Plus, you can alter the existing wrestlers, so you can dress The Rock in a little pink thong, and that's just funny. Although nowadays that he's an actor, I mean, really, he could probably just show up in a pink thong in a movie. So I guess it's not as funny now as it was back when people took him seriously. But, you know, it's still funny. Oh, here we have another one of the 4 RPGs for the Nintendo 64, and that's Quest 64. This one's kind of bland and generic. It's not terrible, but it's not super memorable. It is, because there's only 4 on the console, but if it had a real lineup of RPGs, this would be the one that you cared about the least. And then, of course, we have Gauntlet Legends, which is absolutely amazing. It was the first foray into 3D for the Gauntlet franchise, and they just pulled it off swimmingly. Absolutely wonderful game. Oh, I do have this. I didn't think I had this game. Well, good for me. I have Clay Fighter, 63 and a third. It's not the Sculptor's Cut, but it's still, even just this version of the game is not always the easiest thing to find. And then, you know, a lot of the staples, Majora's Mask, Pokemon Stadium, Shadowgate, well, they're staples for people like me who really love games. More common staples would be like Mario 64, the cruising games, Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye, of course. Everyone needed to have GoldenEye. In fact, I'm pretty sure my console came with it. But yeah, the Nintendo 64 really did have a lot of good games. I mean, GoldenEye, like I just mentioned, is the one that everyone talks about when it comes to couch co-op. Or, not co-op, I guess, but just local multiplayer. And then there's also games like, it's right in front of me, so let me take it out. Also games like Turok, which were lesser known, but just as fun as far as multiplayer shooters. And the story mode really wasn't bad either. You get to go in and it's a first-person shooter, but the things that you're shooting are cybernetically enhanced dinosaurs, which is just freaking awesome. Of course, Ocarina of Time, everyone knows and loves. It's probably the second best Zelda. Well, no, it's in the top 5, though. The best, obviously, is Link to the Past. You can say other ones, and you're welcome to be wrong. It's fine. We're all wrong sometimes. For example, you're wrong right now. And then I'd probably say Link's Awakening is number 2. Hell, on the music alone, that one's easily number 2. But that's just a really fun, cool take on the franchise. But Ocarina of Time, I mean, it is amazing. Not only was it the first really 3D Zelda, but the world felt so much more open than the other ones. And I know in the original Legend of Zelda, like the first one on the NES, there were things you could do out of order. There were optional places to explore and optional items and power-ups to find that you didn't necessarily need.
and Link to the Past even more so. But Ocarina of Time was just next level with the amount of open space and things to explore. So it really was a good game. It's not the best. There are flaws, and if you go back now, the graphics are very, very dated, which unfortunately is the case for most Nintendo 64 games. Anything that tried to have even remotely borderline realistic graphics just looks awful now. The only ones that don't really suffer are ones that were over the top cartoony anyway, like Mario 64, which had its own issues with the camera controls, but at least the graphics didn't age poorly. But a lot of stuff like the Resident Evil and, like I said, Turok, Zelda, those kind of games, they're not going to look great anymore. Moving on, I'm not going to go through every game. It's a lot of the ones that you expect me to have, honestly. It's, I have Yoshi Story, I have Conker's Bad Fur Day, Paper Mario, Star Fox, Mario Kart. A lot of the basic stuff, a lot of the popular stuff, anything that was fun, I bought because I enjoy playing fun games. And also in here, not to be ignored, because they're in the way and I literally can't ignore them, a bunch more Atari games. So many more Atari games. And I'm noticing as I look at my Atari collection, there's really, I think I mentioned this last time around too, but man, there is not a lot of money in Atari games. Just so many of these are just generic, completely not valuable, just everyone had them. It's just piles of nothing important. I mean, some of them are fun, but if you're a collector for money, if you're doing game collecting as an investment, A, stop it. You're ruining the whole hobby for the rest of us. But B, stay the hell away from the Atari because there's not much money here. That being said, there is an exception to every rule, which is a phrase I actually hate. But this is Custer's Revenge, one of the Atari 2600 porn games. And the fun thing about this copy is it's signed by the Angry Video Game Nerd and Mike Matei, but he didn't want to sign on the label because he felt bad, defacing a valuable game. James didn't care at all. He scribbled right on it. And actually, funny story, when I asked him to sign it, he got really excited when he did so and told me that I was actually the first person to present him with a copy of this game to sign. And I also bought this game completely for the purpose of having him sign it. It was my first year at the Too Many Games convention. And because it was my first year, I was over the top excited about everything and also incredibly awkward and didn't know what to do. That's my personality. That's not just because of the convention. But so as I was going to all the booths and just looking at all the games everyone had for sale, I, of course, was talking to all the vendors, about, hey, are you representing a store or is this just a business you do on the side? Are you local? Have you been to the con before? Blah, blah, blah. And one of the vendors I was talking to ended up being a really nice guy. I spent a lot of time just hanging out near his booth talking to him about every kind of thing. But when I found out that James Rolfe would be doing autographs and all that, I knew I had to get a game, something for him to sign, because that would just be really cool. And I was looking at some of the other booths and just looking through all the different games that he had reviewed and figuring out which one I was going to have him sign. And I noticed that, I'll just call him my buddy for the sake of it, my buddy had a copy of Custer's Revenge. And the label was a little messed up, and he didn't have, the little plastic box that it came in or any of that. So it was cart only. I'm like, hey, I think it'd be really fun to have James sign this. It's not one of his most popular videos, but it's just a weird game already, so having him sign it would be even more cool, and I just think that'd be fun. My buddy's like, oh yeah, you should totally do that. And I don't think he was just trying to sell me the game. I think he genuinely was like, oh, that'd be a fun idea. So I ended up buying it off him for, I don't remember how much. It wasn't too much at the time, especially because it did have the damaged label, so he knocked a little bit extra off the price for me anyway. And I ran over and got James to sign it, and it was this cool thing. So, yeah, I don't know why I rambled on all of that, but basically, James Rolfe had only ever signed one copy of that game, and it's my copy, the one that I just showed you. So, that's cool. And it's also an example of one of the very few games for this console that does hold some kind of value. I mean, there are a few others, if you have Pepsi Invaders, or the two Sword Quest games after the first one. If you manage to track down, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, or those promotional birthday carts that were put out where they would put your name on the label, and I believe in the game as well. There are some games that are worth money. It's just, there's not a lot. For every one that's worth something, there's 50 that are worth pretty much nothing. Like I've said before, I had a buddy who ran a shop, and he was selling them for $0.25 a piece, and he still couldn't move them most of the time. So there's no money in the Atari. There's not. The consoles, if anyone ever asks you to pay more than $20 for them, they're trying to rip you off. Walk away from that deal. It's a no-money console. So that's really all I have to say about the Atari 2600. And then let me go through the rest of the 64 games in here. Again, it's all stuff you expect. Well, this stack actually has a lot of lesser-known stuff, like Iggy's Wrecking Balls and Tetrisphere. And then some Japanese imports for reasons. I don't even know how I ended up with those. I just did. Some of the other games that you'd expect, Mario Party, Tony Hawk. One I'm happy about, Star Wars Shadow of the Empire. I mentioned before, I'm not a Star Wars movie fan, because I don't care about sci-fi movies at all. But I really love that game. It's a super fun game. It's very well made. It's very, very fun to play. So, yeah. I will promote that, even though I don't care about the movies or the characters or the lore or any of that nonsense. Duke Nukem, more Cruisin', Mortal Kombat, Ogre Battle, the last of the 4 RPGs. You didn't see the other two, but it was Paper Mario and... Oh god, what was the other one? They were all in my hands. I don't know. There are 4. Aiden Chronicles. There you go. That's the 4th one. Oh, this was really fun too. Lego Racers. It's like Mario Kart, but as you go through, you unlock Lego pieces, and you can actually design and build your own karts with those Legos. And the game will store the vehicle that you've created and allow you to use it in just the story modes and whatever. And it's really fun. It's just a cool way to give you some more customization in the game. And I always enjoyed that about that game. So, yeah. Okay, we have another big box of stuff. We have one of the old Tiger handhelds. This one is Mortal Kombat. And it does have batteries in it. Why do I do this to myself? Luckily, this one is not destroyed. So, good job me. You did something bad, but it didn't turn out completely awful. We have Quest Arrest for the Game Boy. I already mentioned this game. This is the one that they actually added more content to the game for the Evercade port as part of the Indie Heroes collection. But also, it was just an indie game made for the Game Boy. We have Moonfall that I was really excited about. This is a game that, well, it's not a game. Someone took a bunch of the music from the Zelda franchise, all across the franchise, from all the different games, and they redid them as 8-bit chiptunes, and then actually put those on an actual NES cartridge with like some really basic software, just presenting the list of soundtracks, and you can choose the one you want to listen to, and then I'll start playing that song. And he did a very small run of these, and then sold them to people. And I found out about this, I think, a couple of years after he had done it. So I knew I'd missed my chance, but I emailed the guy and I'm like, hey, I just found out about this. I don't know how I didn't hear about it sooner, but I love Zelda, I love indie games, and I really love game music, so I'm super interested in this. If you ever do a second one, or even if you just do another run of the one that you've already produced, anything like that, please let me know. I'd be really happy to buy one. And he reached back out and he's like, hey, I think I might still have a couple of those carts lying around somewhere. Let me get back to you in a couple days, and if I do, I'll send one your way. So I'm like, yes, please. That would be excellent. I would love that. So I'm like, just look around, do whatever you got to do, and when you have the time, let me know. He got back to me. He did still have one, and it was part of his limited thing. Like, there's a little license number and everything on the back. And he sent it out to me, and I have it. And I'm really, really excited about that. I wanted to do a video about it, but there's not enough content in it to do a video unless I just straight up sat there and played each song that he did in chiptune style. And while I'd be okay with that because they sound amazing, I don't think that would be a super entertaining video. Then again, I don't think this is a super entertaining video, so who knows what I'll do in the future. Moving on, we have another Pokemon card. This is a Charizard, and it's all shiny and holofoil, and I love Charizard, so yeah, that's a thing that I absolutely need to have. We have a couple more odds and ends. We have Sailor Moon and Pokemon Green for the Game Boy, obviously both Japanese imports. And then one of the DS Kingdom Hearts games. It's not in a box, so I'm wondering if this is an extra copy that someone gave me, or if I just didn't put it away in the box. That doesn't sound like me, so probably the first option. We have Mona from Persona 5. And then a bunch more games. Fantasy Life, Mega Man ZX Advent. I see some more Pokemons. A Dragon Quest, which is always awesome. Final Fantasy, which is awesome. And then here is an imported Gundam game for the PlayStation. For whatever reason, none of the Gundam games seem to have made it to the US. I have a bunch, and I've had to import every one of them. And I don't know why they never came here, because we had the cartoon. I remember seeing it on TV. I know it was a thing here, and I've seen the toys too. So Gundam definitely exists here, but for whatever reason, we never got the video games. And then here, of course, player's guides for Ocarina of Time and then the Oracle's games. I think actually a lot of the contents of this box were all gifts. I think these were all from that same friend I've mentioned a few times before that gave me random games as gifts. And again, friend, if you're watching, thanks, you're the best. And included in that pile of gifts is a bunch more Nintendo 64 games. A few of these are Japanese imports, it looks like. Yeah, Mario Party 2 and Pokemon Stadium 2. And then Diddy Kong Racing and Smash Brothers, which are the actual US versions. And also, some Super Famicom games. Mega Man Soccer, which I not too long ago finally found a complete in-box US copy. And then Dragon Ball Z, and some other games that I don't know, but are apparently based on an anime. I'll have to look those up at some point. Let's see. We've got some more DS games, a bunch more Pokemons, and then Etrian Odyssey. I do love my JRPGs, and that is one of them. And speaking of RPGs, not you, we have some PlayStation ones, Legend of Dragoon and Kartia. And then another DS game, Ragnarok DS. We have Rhapsody, Heart of Darkness, some more RPGs, and then the web browser for the Dreamcast, which is not an RPG, but is a cool disc to have. Actually, I think the web browser for the Wii is one of the most expensive discs to have for that console. So sometimes those weird things end up being worth a lot of money. Oh, those are instruction booklets. We have Caldstep Saga and Xenoblade Chronicles with this alternate artwork. I'm guessing there was some sort of slipcase that was semi-transparent and had the logo, because this is just pretty artwork. Oh, no, it's reversible. That's what's going on. Also, the disc is not in here, so I'll have to figure out what happened there. And there's something with Zelda on here. I don't know. But yeah, that will happen to a lot of people when they'll give me things as gifts. It's just, hey, I have these extra cases. I don't have a game for them anymore. Do you want it? If not, I'll throw it away. And I hate seeing anything thrown away when it's game-related, unless it's something super garbagey like, I don't know, Shaq Fu. So I always take empty cases, and then I'll try to find individual disc-only copies to put in those cases. So like how I've said, I want to get rid of all the disc-only copies that I have. Those will go to other people to fill their extra boxes and instructions. Or I'll buy a box and do it myself, depending on if it's a quality game or not. Like Guardians Crusade, I'll get a box and instructions for that. But like that Madden game for the original PlayStation, yeah, that can go to whoever the hell wants to bother. Here we have a bunch of PSP games, all very good ones. We have Dungeons & Dragons, we have Final Fantasy, Castlevania, Jeanne d'Arc, and then Breath of Fire. So, yeah, always fun to have PSP games, especially the good ones. PSP was kind of like the Vita in that it had a lot of really good games, and it was a console that more people should have paid attention to. And then lastly, just a good pile of PS2 games. Tales of Symphonia, Mega Man X7, Phantom Brave, Persona 3, and a bunch of GameCube demos. So this is not a PS2 game, obviously. But it's really cool to have these preview demo discs on it.
You don't see those an awful lot, so it's just a fun, unique collectible, and I've already made it very clear how I feel about unique collectibles. Okay, one more really big box. Let's do the thing. Okay, I'm not even sure I know what half this stuff is. This will be fun. Here we have a big white box. I legitimately don't know what's in here. Oh, it's Magic the Gathering. Okay, I do know what this is. This is, and I already mentioned how I actually kind of dislike this, but I bought one anyway because I'm a sucker. Magic the Gathering is owned by Wizards of the Coast, which was bought by Hasbro. And since Hasbro did that, they're like, hey, why don't we cross over this game with every other popular thing we have, and that way we'll get money. So that there is actually a set of special promotional My Little Pony Magic the Gathering cards that you can only get by pre-ordering, and you were limited how many sets you could get, and the window to pre-order was really small. But if you got them, like the day they shipped out, the value increased tenfold. I think it was, I don't know, I think it was an obscene price, probably like $100, and it only came with the 3 cards. However, as soon as they went out and people had them in hands, the cards were trading and selling at a value of about $120 to $200 each. So the value skyrocketed immediately for no reason. Like, they're not good cards. You can't use them in tournaments or anything. They're not officially playable. They're just a promotional fun thing to have. So yeah, this is my set. I never opened it. Inside this white box, there's still the foam wrapped around. The inner box is still completely sealed and unopened, because eventually that's going to be worth even more money. Unfortunately, my Magic cards are very similar to my video games in that I never sell or get rid of them, at least not intentionally. But if I ever decided to, I've got a hell of a collection, and I know there's a bunch of money in there. Okay, we have Momodora, Dust Diver, we have Collector's Edition Psychonauts. Oh, this is all Collector's Editions, isn't it? Okay, then. I see all kinds of fun stuff in here. We have Lux. We have the Steelbook Ni no Kuni, Breath of Fire, and Shadow of Destiny. Lots of standard stuff. Speedball 2 for the Jaguar. There's a console that no one really cares about. We have Bible Adventure, obviously complete in box. This is not the good Bible game. I know there is a good one. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that before. I can't remember which one it is, but if I come across it, I'm going to be excited, because it's a Zelda clone, and it is actually fun. Here we have the Pokemon Sword and Shield double pack. If you bought the double pack, it gets download codes for a couple Dragon types, and some extra like Dynamaxy stuff. Mostly, I just like the little special edition collector box type things, so that's why I have that. We have the soundtrack for the game Air Hearts. We have Doom shot glasses, shaped like shotgun shells, of course, because they're shot glasses. Get it? It's a, yeah? Okay. We have Mario Teaches Typing for the PC. And it makes noise, so I don't know what's in there. But now, I'm going to look. Let's go on this little journey of discovery together. Also, this is made by Interplay, which is kind of cool. Oh, that's what's rattling around. The 3.5-inch floppy that this game comes on. But, don't worry, it doesn't only come on 3.5-inch floppy. It also comes on 5.25-inch floppy. So, no matter what kind of computer you have, you're all set. And realistically, unfortunately, the film in these things is probably degraded to the point that you can't actually use them. The shelf life of old diskettes like this wasn't very long. It's not great. And even if they were in the best of condition, which I mean, you know, this wasn't like thrown around like a Frisbee or anything, but the box is a little warped, and I mean, no house is completely moisture-free unless you have really expensive climate control and whatnot, so I'm sure those are completely degraded and unusable. But they look cool, so I have them. We have yet another Funko, another Pokemon one. Yeah, it's all special editions from here. Really cool Spyro controller. The Lion King in box for Super Nintendo. That's just a loose game and I think manual? Yeah, manual too. But it doesn't have the cardboard insert, so I'll have to fix that. Luckily, finding replacement inserts isn't too hard. They're definitely out there. Nurse Love Syndrome, which is, I think, a visual novel that's possibly healthcare themed. Soviet Strike on the Saturn. The first time I played this was actually on the PlayStation, but I love this franchise, so I wanted all the copies. Which is harder for a lot of the other games. Like Desert Strike was on, I think, like 6 different consoles. But that was only on 2, so that was an easy one. Here we have, I've mentioned before how I had the Super NT. This is the Mega SG, so a Sega Genesis that outputs to HDMI and is completely region-free and uses official hardware. So you can use all your standard controllers, you can put in any cartridge you want, and it's not an emulator ROM box. It's a proper, I mean, it emulates the Sega hardware, or the Sega software rather, but it's not running an emulator and reading only recognized ROMs. It natively reads whatever cartridge you plug in. So, it's a really cool replacement for the Sega if you want better graphics and performance. Oh, that's the best collector's edition I have. Here we have another one of these Nintendo mini classics, like the one I showed you earlier. This one is Mario's Cement Factory, because Mario just has all the jobs. And then this is a tiny Fortnite collectible that came with Loot Crate. I don't play Fortnite. I don't care about Fortnite. I know nothing about any of the characters. But that's a thing that I have. Yeah, I might as well do this now. This is the open one. Dust and Elysian Tale. This is my favorite game. Of all the video games, this is the best one. I did buy 2 copies of this because I needed to have one to leave sealed. That's this one. And actually, inside, there is a small stuffed fidget. If you played the game, you know why that's important. And when I first played the game, I played it with a friend of mine, and she watched me play almost the entirety of the game, and it just kind of became a thing between us. So I actually bought, separate from these, online, I just found someone selling a small stuffed fidget, which turned out to be the one from this box set. I bought it from them so I could mail it to that friend. But aside from all that, just the game itself is so good. It's Metroidvania. It's the Metroidvania. I recommend that to everyone all the time because it's just the best game. You should absolutely play it. Whoever you are, whatever your taste in games, doesn't matter. Play Dust. And then we have Pixel Junk Monsters 2 for the Switch and the PS4. Again, collector's editions. And we have, whatever the hell this is. Oh, a really cool metal Soul Calibur stand display mini poster thing. It's like Displate, the company that makes the metal posters. It's like one of those, but smaller. And then another poster. This one is absolutely Katamari. What do we have here? We have Accounting Plus, which is, I'm pretty sure, a VR game for the PS4. And that's all. It's a VR game. We have Another World. Twice. Why do I have it twice? I'm guessing these are for 2 different consoles. Yes. This one's for the Vita. This one's not labeled, but it doesn't have a big red obnoxious square on it, so it must not be the Switch. So I'm going to guess PS4 and PS Vita. Because that's for the Vita, and a collector's edition, and sealed, I'm sure it's worth all the money by now. And then we have more of those Jak and Daxter collector edition boxes that I told you about. These are from Limited Run Games, and they just look really pretty. I like how they have like the old school book feel on the side. That's pretty cool. So I bought them, even though I've never played any of the games in that franchise. I will. I want to. They look great. I just haven't yet. And we have another card for another random card game. I don't know how that keeps happening. We have Final Fantasy VI for the Super Famicom, completely sealed, which is actually pretty awesome. And last but not least, Luminous. It comes in this large stylized box because I'm pretty sure there's a vinyl soundtrack in there. I did not open this because I already have multiple open copies of this game for a variety of consoles. So I didn't need to open this one. Although I do kind of want to take out the soundtrack, so we'll see what happens with this. But yeah, that's another box. And now the rest of the boxes are far away and I can't reach, and I have managed to wall myself off. So as usual, I'm going to go, rearrange, move the camera, and then we'll do this some more. Okay, more boxes. You see these ones here? You see what they say on them? Okay, good. Then we're covered on that pile. I want to do everything in this corner in this little segment, so I don't want to waste too much time on the stuff that's kind of self-explanatory and also not really worth talking about. This is the Forza 6 Xbox One, and that's the Forza that it was for, Forza 6. We have the Kinect, which doesn't matter. We have the camera for the PSVR, which also doesn't matter. We have a ColecoVision in box, which was a gift from the stripper that I dated. I feel like I already told this story. I did. It was in the first video. We have more random large game boxes, Rock Band and Skylanders. Also, there's a Super Advantage controller up here. Yeah, I'll get to you in a second. We have one more plastic guitar. That can just go over there. And some more game and console boxes. So, okay. Now that's all covered. Let's get to the contents of these boxes. Before that, this. This is Sonic Mania. This was a return to form for the Sonic games. They were going back and doing a 2D side-scrolling fast-paced Sonic game. Basically, classic Sonic. The issue is they sold what was called the Sonic Mania Physical Collector's Edition. If you went on Amazon or any other site that sold it, and you looked at the listing, that was the exact name of it. The Sonic Mania Physical Collector's Edition. Now, if you're watching this video, you either have the worst case of insomnia in the world, or you are a collector of video games. Now, if you collect physical editions, the thing you most want a physical edition of is the game. And somehow, in this gigantic box, with all the content they managed to cram inside here, with a statue and a little coin and a mock-up of the Sega Genesis and all these other things, the one thing they did not include was a game. So I don't know what exactly it is that Sega thinks physical collectors collect physical versions of, but apparently it's not games to them, because there's not one in here. So this whole giant box was actually a stupid waste of money. And I'm still upset about that, because it's just really dumb. That's so much dust. These pants just have to get thrown away at this point. And this is the box for my Oculus. I don't know if I ever said it back when I was doing my Oculus videos, but I got one of the dev kits because I didn't want to wait for the actual commercial release. And I'm glad I did, because when it did commercially release, it was under Facebook, and no way in hell am I supporting them. So, yeah, that's the only Oculus I'll ever own. Okay, let's get into stuff. This is not a box, but a paper bag. I don't know why. We have another Funko, Altered Beast, and actually underneath that, we have another Funko, Dig Dug. And then, of course, we have more Skylanders. So they can just go over there. And then we have one of these. Now this is for the NES. And the reason I have this in here is because I had this exact controller when I was a kid. It's what I used to play Dragon Spirit and Life Force, or Star Force rather. It's really good for shmups. It was the perfect controller. It did exactly what I wanted. I really love this controller. And for whatever reason, someone on, well, not for whatever reason, I know what reason. The reason I bought it is because someone on the game collecting subreddit that I'm active on posted a picture
of an NES lot they just got that they were, excited about or bragging about or whatever. And in it, I saw that controller, and it just made me remember, I love this controller. I want to play with this again. So I went out and bought one on eBay. It wasn't even much. And then we have another Skylander charging cable for the Xbox, a pin to support all the animals in the Australian wildfires that actually came with the Here to Slay board game. Well, it didn't come with it. You could add it on optionally as part of the Kickstarter, but that's where it came from. And then last in here, we have a bunch of empty cases. These I all just got as like replacement cases. I don't know why the Vita one's in there. But all these Switch ones, I think I mentioned before, the Bubble Bobble 4 Friends game. After it came out, the company that put it out realized that, hey, now that we've done this, there's extra content for this game, and we want the people that bought this game from us to have that extra content too. So they gave you the option, if you threw them an extra like $15, they would send you a new cart and a new label for your case. And this cart would have all the content on it, and the new case art would reflect that. So I took them up on that offer. However, I didn't want to reuse the same case with art and a cartridge that already came with it, so I just bought a blank case. And so now I'll just have 2 separate copies of the game, each in their own cases, and it'll be great. Okay, next box. What do we have here? All kinds of stuff. And one of these, somewhere, I hope, has board games in it, because there's a few board games that I haven't found yet. But until we find those, I'm just going to keep going. So, with the Game Gear, with the rechargeable battery pack thing, I don't know that it actually expands the battery life that much, but the battery life on that thing is atrocious no matter what you do. This is a carrying case, and inside is, I think, a DS? Yes, the old school DS, the first model. And that one's in surprisingly good condition. You're just going to stay in this case. Okay. We have, an EverDrive. I got this as a gift for my sister, who I've mentioned a bunch of times already. I used to play the NES with her a whole bunch when we were kids. So I gave her one of my old NESs and an EverDrive with ROMs of all the games we used to play so that she can play them. Because she has little children, and so now she can play the games with them and introduce them to all the co-op stuff that we used to play. Hopefully it'll make them not kill each other. Then we have a Ratchet & Clank thing from Loot Crate, and a Psychonauts thing from Loot Crate, and some Street Fighter chopsticks, most likely from Loot Crate. You should have recognized the theme by now. I don't have a place for all of you. I did not think this through. This is the camera for Eye of Judgment, the PS3 game, where you have physical cards that then get scanned with that, and it does like an AR thing, and you use them in the game. Here we just have a bunch of random PC titles. Nothing super important, at least not in this pile. Unless you think Duke Nukem 3 is super important. It's good, but I wouldn't call it super important. I have the instructions for the World of Warcraft trading card game, as well as some very oversized cards for said game. I've never actually played this. I don't know how I ended up with it. I think it was just like a promo that was included with something, and so I got it that way. But I've never played it. The only trading card game I actively play is Magic, and even that barely, because I don't know people that play it. And at one point I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And it was alright, but I ended up giving those cards away to a friend. A long time ago, back in college. They're probably worth money now, but I don't really care. We have more PC games. Here, there is one worth talking about, too. The first is Dungeon Keeper, which is an amazing game, where you have to build an underground dungeon to lure in heroes and then murder them because heroes are good, and as an evil overlord, you can't stand good. And that's really fun. It was, I think, the first time I actually played a game where you play as the villain and you take like an antagonistic approach. That was just really cool to me. I'd never seen something like that. I thought it was a really fun idea. I enjoyed that game a lot. Plus, it had like the resource management, farming, city building, not city, but you know what I mean. It's that kind of game. So that was really fun for me. And then the other is Sanitarium. This is... I don't even know how to explain this. It's a point-and-click adventure type game, but it takes place in the mind of a crazy person, and every level is just dark and twisted, and they get worse as you go. At one point, you are pooped out of Bug's colon. You watch someone kill themselves. There's like evil haunted children in creepy masks in like a Halloween town. Like it's all kinds of just weird and dark and crazy. But it is a very fun, good game. So if you don't mind the dark theme, check it out. You will probably enjoy it. However, if that kind of darkness is not your thing, or if you're one of those people that requires trigger warnings and can't handle seeing content that might be perceived as dark, then I guess stay away from it because you're just not going to have a good time. Here we have, I think, a PSP. It is. It has stuff in it. Ooh, a sampler disc. But yeah, PSP. And it was the PS Vita that had the battery expansion. Oh no, it was this. Yeah. I actually found this earlier when I started moving boxes into the room. And I don't know if you've seen like the news and stuff going around, but there was an article not long ago about how PSP owners were getting to the point in the life of their system now that the batteries that came with the consoles were starting to expand and then burst. Because, you know, those batteries can only last so long. Our battery technology has not really evolved in decades. So when I dug through, I was specifically looking for the PSP. I found it, took it out, checked it, and the battery was expanded. It was starting to push out the cover of the battery case. It hadn't split open or burst yet, so there's no corrosion or damage to the unit. But yeah, that battery had to go because it was going to end not well. So yeah, that's a thing. Here we have the cards for Eye of Judgment, as well as all those World of Warcraft cards that I mentioned. And then a deck of, what are these? Legend of the Five Rings, which appears to be another trading card game. I don't know. I just have these. I legitimately have no idea where they came from. They're just in my collection for reasons. And then I have a bunch of these that, to varying degrees, look good. Basically, they're knockoff Legos, and they're all different Pokemon. This bottom one that's blue for no reason at all is supposed to be Mewtwo, and then there's a Bulbasaur and an Eevee. Bulbasaur and Eevee look decent, Mewtwo does not. I'm trying to angle this so you can see them without that happening. But yeah, that. I have a bunch of these. They came in like a huge bulk lot of like 10, and it was like $4. Like, unreasonably cheap. Because, of course, they came from China, and, you know, they were put in these boxes by little children that made 1 cent every 5 months. So, you know, it's complete exploitation, and it's awful, but they look kind of cool, and I wanted them, so here we are. I'm part of the problem. Also, we have a deck of Magic cards. Yes. And then actual video game stuff. This is the box for the AVS that I've mentioned multiple times. It's that thing from Retro USB that plays both NES and Famicom games and upscales to HD and does all that fancy stuff. I've already showed you the unit. I don't need to explain it again while holding the box. Here's another copy of Starlink, which, like I mentioned, I have multiple copies of because I see them on clearance and I buy them. This is obviously the Nintendo version. You can tell from the ugly red square and also Star Fox being featured front and center. So when I do play the game, this is the version I will play after I wipe all the gross dust off on myself. Cabela's Dangerous Hunts. We knew it was coming. We'd seen the instructions and I think the gun at one point and just all the pieces of it. Here's the box. Use tape there. We have Forgotten Anne, another special edition, marred by the ugly red square. Speaking of ugly red squares and special editions, go ahead and guess which one is Nintendo. And yes, I know I said getch and not guess. It's because I can't speak, because I'm apparently mentally retarded. We have The Missing, square. Lots of collector's editions, as has been the theme thus far. And then some more Star Wars games.
also collector's editions. All of the collector's editions you're seeing are all ones that came from limited run games. Don't mind me and the giant box and me hitting the camera. I'm just not good at planning ahead, clearly. Okay. Another box. Oh, this will be an easy one. We have a Sega Master System. We have an Xbox 360. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the European 360 that I had a friend send me. So that's that. I won't pull it out, but we have the coin mech for the MAME cabinet that I'm building. And we have, unfortunate that some of the paint is now messed up, but my Zelda Edition NES. This is not an official thing from Nintendo. It's just a custom job that someone did that looks really good with all the gold and the black and the big Triforce picture on top. But yeah, otherwise it's just an NES, basically with a skin. Actually, with how easily it's scraped off the door there, it might actually be a skin and not a paint job. And then, what else do we have in here? Like I said, the coin mech for my arcade cabinet. We have the N64 controller for the Hey You Pikachu console. And, oh, here we go. A can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup, but with Mario on it. I have not opened this can, obviously. It expired in 2015, so it's probably just a can of botulism at this point, but it has Mario on it, so I'm going to hang on to it anyway. You could go right there. And then you don't need to see the coin mech. I just need to get it out of the way. But here it is. Also, I can't believe I got a single coin slot for a 4-player cabinet. That was daft. I don't know how I'm going to wire that up. Okay, let's move on. So I'm running out of space. Okay, we have, right off the top, a ton more posters. Like 6 of them. And then some more limited run cards, because of course there are. And some Loot Crate pins. That one's Metal Sonic, so that one's probably the favorite pin I've come across so far. I mentioned there's probably another Too Many Games messenger bag. I was right. Here it is. It can go right there. And then a whole box of stuff. This is some fabric something. It looks kind of Viking-y, so God of War maybe? I'm not sure. And then games. We have Mega Marvel World for the Genesis. Little Medusa for the NES. Both of those are from Mega Cat Studios. They're an indie company that I know I've mentioned already multiple times, I'm sure. They also have a cartridge on the Evercade 2 at this point, I think. This is the box for one of my Pro controllers. Come on, give me something fun I can talk about. Return of Double Dragon is not it. This is just a ROM hack. Is it a ROM hack or is this a licensed thing? It says Technos on it. This might be a licensed thing that was just published by, I don't know who, somebody. But yeah, that's the thing. Here's what I can talk about. Cowboy Bebop, the game. There were multiple Cowboy Bebop games made. None of them came to the US because we suck and hate things that are good here, apparently. This one is like a move-around adventure type game. There's another one that I think is more in the style of a fighter. But this is the one I was the most excited for. Unfortunately, it is Japanese only. It does not have a translation. So even though I own a copy, I A, need a modded PS2 to play it, and B, I need to relearn Japanese so that I can actually understand it. Because the 3 years of Japanese I took 15 years ago isn't really preparing me for that level of comprehension. Okay, you just need to come down here. Perfect. Here we have... Stop it. We have Sonic Mania for the Switch. The Switch game came inside. This is just the case that was all contained in. Unfortunately, this is very squished. We have Lizard for the NES. a great indie title. And we have Action 53 for the NES, which I don't remember buying. So this is a thing. Oh, and it has demos for Twin Dragons, Nebs and Debs, and Haunted Halloween. All games that I've already either reviewed or mentioned in these videos. So that's interesting. I legitimately have no idea where that came from. We have another Vita game from Limited Run, Siralim. We have the soundtrack to Volume. No one cares about any of that stuff. More cards. I want to find more interesting things to talk about. Some more stuff from Too Many Games. There's lots of, like, you know, the lanyards, and here's the little itinerary guide. I think this one was Mario themed because this was the first year they had, oh my god, I've forgotten his name. The voice of Mario, Charles Martinet. He was there. Unfortunately, I also feel like that's the beginning of the end for this convention, at least in the way that I enjoyed the convention. It always felt, no matter how many people were there, it felt like a smaller, more indie kind of thing. But once he showed up that year, it was him and then a couple other voice actors from games, and they were all charging for autographs and pictures, and it just, I don't know, it stopped feeling fun at that point. Like, that's one of the things I always hated about Comic-Con, is how, I know at the end of the day, all conventions are there just to make money. Like, that's their sole purpose. It's not so nerds can gather. People organizing things and spending their time and money to organize them aren't doing so just so you can see your fellow nerd. They're doing it to make money. However, once the people are like charging just to get a picture with the celebrity, then it's only about the money. It just, I don't know. I can't look at that convention anymore and just think of it as a fun place for me to go and just kind of be my nerdy self for a few days and hang out with like-minded people. It's more like, oh, okay, I can come here to shop and consume and just give them all the money because that's what this is for. And it doesn't feel as fun anymore. I loved the convention every time I went, but after that it did kind of sour my opinion. And that was actually the last year I went, because the year after that I couldn't afford it, and then the year after that COVID happened. And they're doing it this year, and I just bought a house, so I once again can't afford it. But honestly, even when I can afford it again, I really don't think I'll go. That experience really did kind of ruin it for me. I thought it was really shitty. It didn't feel good that, you know, I had to pay just to meet the guy. And, like, yeah, it was cool meeting him, and I did pay, I did get the pictures, but I wasn't happy about it. Like, it just kind of sucks. And then, actually, the other celebrities I was more excited to meet, which I also had to pay for, but the line to go meet them was supposed to open at 3 o'clock. That's when they were supposed to start doing their signings. So, at, like, 2:30, I wandered over, and there's a guy there who's like, hey, it's too early to line up, you know, screw off. So the person I was with at the convention, I'm like, hey, why don't we go grab a couple slices of pizza real quick? We'll come back right around 3 and just, you know, hop in line right away. So we get back. It is 6 minutes after 3. I know that for a fact. I remember it specifically. It was 6 minutes after 3 o'clock, which is when the signing was supposed to start. So we walk back over, and there's that same guard, and he turns us away again. And this time he says, oh, yeah, the line's full. Like, but it's been 6 minutes. Like, the signing can't be done already. It literally just started. He's like, no, we have too many people. That's all they're going to have time for. We can't fit anyone else. So I wasn't allowed to line up early, and I wasn't allowed to show up late. And since I don't have a TARDIS, I just missed the signing from those two celebrities. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of this convention anymore. It sucks. They were really great. It used to be really fun. Also, I always bought the VIP passes, which meant I got to go to the after party. But for the last few years, they booked so many events and so many things that the after party happened during some of the events. So if I went to this after party that I paid extra to be able to attend, I would miss other things happening, like the Psycho Stick concert or the burlesque show or whatever else they have scheduled. And it just, I don't know, it all felt like a cash grab, and it just wasn't fun, and I didn't want to do it anymore. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't know if I mentioned the convention before, and if I talked it up or whatever, but at this point where I'm at, I can't really, I'm not on board. But I'll move on. Here we have, I don't remember buying this either. Where are these coming from? I have an indie game called The Legends of Alia, and it has an instruction booklet. I can see it's from Gradual Games in 2014, and it looks like it's from InfiniteNESLives.com. I genuinely have no memory of this game. I don't remember ever hearing of it. I don't remember buying it. Looking at the pictures, it doesn't look familiar, although it looks like an RPG, so I'm definitely going to enjoy it. So yeah, this is kind of like Action 53, where this somehow just showed up in my life, which is really weird. But we're going to roll with it, because I'm certainly never going to complain about free video games. And as far as I know, I didn't buy that, so it's free in my mind. While I was yammering, I took out like some amiibos and some random crap that doesn't matter. We have Disgaea and Catherine. We also have Mortal Kombat Golds and a few TurboGrafx games. No, one TurboGrafx game, which is Double Dungeons. And then we have Soviet Strike and Nuclear Strike for the PlayStation. Again, love this series. It's one of the best series. It's so much fun. Everyone should be playing these games. Unless you've already played and beaten them, in which case, no, you should still be playing them. They're super, super good. What else? We have Tombs and Treasure and Funhouse for the NES. I don't know anything about Tombs and Treasure. I actually picked that up at Too Many Games because a guy had it complete in box and he was selling it for like $8. But Funhouse, which unfortunately cost more, I specifically wanted. I believe it was based on some sort of like TV show that I have no memory of whatsoever. It looks like it was like a Double Dare ripoff. But basically, the game is something that I rented way back when. Or someone might have rented on my behalf. But anyway, it came from a video rental store, and I remember playing it, and I hated it at first because it took me forever to figure out the controls. But once I did, I was like progressing in the game, and I remember that, and I remember feeling good as I progressed. So I wanted to buy a copy, and I did. And I haven't played it since buying it. However, I did see someone review it online. I forget the name of the reviewer. He doesn't have a lot of subscribers, although I think more than me. But if I can find and remember who that is and then find the video, I will link it in the description down there, which means I'll probably do it. But yeah, he talked about it, and he said it's one of the most obscure games he's ever talked about, and that no one remembers it, and that everyone hated it. And I just want to point out once again, because I did in his comments, that he's wrong. Not everyone hated it. I remember it, and I remember it fondly. Then here we have some more boxed NES games. These are all ones I thoroughly enjoy. Swords and Serpent, which I've mentioned multiple times. Super Mario Bros. 3, which everybody loves. It's easily the best Mario on the NES. And then, of course, Yo!Noid. I still don't know what pizza company this was for. It was made by Capcom, but it's for it's Domino's. Here it is. It's on the box. It's Domino's. He was the Domino's mascot, which is what I think I said earlier, so I was right. Freaking genius right here. Okay. This is a lot of stuff I got from Too Many Games. I remember purchasing a bunch of these things, but not those two games that we saw earlier. I don't know where those came from. We have more amiibos. These ones are not in the box, clearly. Okay, you can go way over there then. I have Pearl and Marina, which, if you saw me while I was rambling earlier, I pulled out the individual versions of them. I don't know why I have an open one and a not open one, but I do. It's kind of how my collection works, really. I have a whole pile of Pokemons for the 3DS. Just a whole bunch of them. I don't even know where to put stuff anymore. I have another Loot Crate pin. It looks like wall chicken. And then a Monster Hunter World something in a box. And, ooh. Okay. This one. Mutant League Football. If you're an 80s kid, you might remember, the Mutant League games, but more importantly, the cartoon. It's a great cartoon. But basically, there's a bunch of different teams of monsters, and they play sports against each other, and they're evil, violent sports. They made a cartoon of it, and the cartoon was basically the same damn thing. But they had, a corrupt person that ran the sports league, because art imitates life. And so that was like the overarching villain of the cartoon. Fun story about this, Pico Interactive tried to get this. They tried to get the rights to this franchise so that they could reprint the cartridges and so that they could finish and release the third Mutant League game that was planned but never actually made. and then also remaster and re-release the cartoon. EA shot them down quick. EA was not giving up those rights. They're not using them, mind you. These games have not been re-released ever in a bundle. They aren't themselves finishing that third game or re-releasing the cartoon. It's not on Netflix or anything. So they're not doing anything with it. It's just a franchise they're sitting on because they're a bunch of fat evil dragons. And then we also have the Venom and Spider-Man game. We have World of Illusion and King's Bounty, which I don't even know what that is, but it has a dragon on it, so it's got to be good. Them's the rules. You go there. And then, on the other side of the box, Legend of Zelda for the Super Famicom. Meaning, of course, this is Link to the Past, but in Japanese. And once again, I will reiterate, apparently forever, that I have to have all the Zeldas. Then we have Illusion of Gaia, which is one of my favorite Super Nintendo RPGs. It is an amazing game. I really, really love it. It has really just cool ambient music. And it's just, I don't know. It's really fun. I really enjoyed this game. And of course, Killer Instinct, one of 2 boxed copies that I have. This box is not in the best condition. I actually just got another one recently that is in much, much better condition. So if and when I finally get around to selling off duplicates, this will be the one I sell off. We have another Hyperdimension Neptunia game, because as I've mentioned before, I love Hyperdimension Neptunia. The downside about this one is it's Rebirth 1 Plus for the PS4. So basically it's a remake of the very first game with like some extra content. But the only downside is that even if I can find an English setting in the game, I'm not sure if it has one or not, all the DLC is going to be region locked to just Japanese PS4 owners. I don't know why that's a thing. I don't know why regions matter at all anymore in video games. The world is so open now with the internet and social media and cell phones and everything else that having anything locked behind a region is absolutely just stupid and pointless. Cultures have all assimilated everywhere. People in the US enjoy Japanese things and vice versa. So it's not like there's no audience here that would buy things. And even if there was only one person in the US, say I'm the only person that's interested in that DLC. The DLC already exists. It's already on the Sony marketplace. It's already available. So all they have to do is just remove the thing that's restricting it, and then they'll get another sale. So by not really doing any work, by not putting in the restriction, they can do less work and make more money. So yeah, region locks are absolutely pointless in this day and age, but for some stupid-ass reason, they still exist anyway. So here we are. All of that was to say that I can't really play this game. I mean, I just can only play the standard edition, and the Hyperdimension Neptunia games always have a lot of extra content. There's extra characters, there's extra chapters for the story or arena levels, lots of extra like weapons and accessories and items, and they're all DLC. So I'm missing like a quarter of the game by not having access to any of that. And that sucks, and I don't want to do that. So this is just a pretty box. And then I have Shining Refrain, which is in a big metal box, or Shining Resonance Refrain, sorry. Obviously, collector's edition. I have more socks. BioShock Infinite this time. Last time they were Katamari. I don't know why people send me socks. I mean, they're Loot Crate, so it's not like just some Joe off the streets like, hey, here's socks. But still, this is a Metroid. See? It's right there. Ain't it cute? We have Awesome Possum for the Genesis. If you don't know who Awesome Possum is, yes you do. You know it from that one Louis C.K. joke. You just don't want to admit that you're still a Louis C.K. fan because of, all the stuff. Here we have some more Pico Interactive game. The Humans, which is basically Lemmings. And then Pinky, which I don't actually know anything about. I just bought it because it was Pico Interactive, and I usually enjoy the stuff they put out, and I want to support them because I want them to make more stuff that I enjoy. Another special edition of Dust and Elysian Tale. This time it's the PC version, not the Switch version, but it's my favorite game in the whole world, so much like all the Zelda games, I'm just going to buy every version of that. We have another poster, and then this is the box that Nurse Love Addiction came in. I already showed you that earlier. Oddly enough, the game is still sealed,
but I did take it out of the box. And I'm not going to show you... Oh, that's why. This is the Vita version. I'm not going to show you the other stuff that's in the box because YouTube will be upset. But there's some art cards that are, let's just say, adult in content. Like, they're not explicit, but they're borderline explicit. We have another poster. We have... What the hell is this? A Halo cookie cutter. See, Loot Crate's weird sometimes. That's part of the reason I stopped doing Loot Crate. When I first, heard about it, and I think the first box I got, like, there was an actual disc with, like, video games on it. I think it was, like, some of the Bit Trip games. And there was just, like, I think codes for DLC, and then a shirt, and just some actually really cool stuff. And then as it went on, you got a lot of weird stuff. It's all still officially licensed. It's video game adjacent, but it's like, cookie cutters, or a tie clip, or socks, or just various things. I'm like, I don't know that I want any of that stuff. Like, for my game collection, I do like unique things. I know I've said that a million times, but I also want them to be unique video game things, Give me, like, a special edition of an Amiibo or a Skylander. Or even, like, a demo disc for upcoming games. Maybe do a partnership with the Evercade to release a special collection of games for that or something. I don't know. I just feel like there were more options that would be more closely related to video games, because I had the video game loot box, better than what they gave us. So I don't know. I eventually had to drop my subscription because it was just weird crap. Here's another one. It's screenshots. Oh, so I think it's a screenshot of the game that they then made like a statuette out of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just no longer in love with Loot Crate. More limited run cards, because these never go away. I just have all of them. Apparently, I have all of them. I'm just going to throw that out there. It might not be true, but you can't prove it, because there's so damn many. So, yeah, I have all of them. What is this? It's another Loot Crate something, I'm sure. It's Last of Us figures. It actually doesn't say Loot Crate anywhere on it, so I don't know where this came from, but I have it. And then we have just some Super Nintendo games. The Adventures of Mighty Max, which I don't know if you remember Mighty Max, but it was a great show, great cartoon, and more importantly, great toys. And then Final Fantasy III. Okay. I don't know where that just came from. I'm losing track of everything that I'm doing right now. I'm bad at this. Yeet. Okay. Holy crap. Oh, Christ. So, I don't know how much you guys love hearing me talk about Super Nintendo games, but that happens to be my favorite console, and also the majority of the contents of this box, so buckle the fuck up. I'm just going to skip right over these two Atari games. They're here, they're for the Atari, no one cares. Oh, no, 4 Atari games. Okay. Super Nintendo. Lost Vikings is designed by the makers of Warcraft. That's what it says in this little thing in the corner. You can't see it, that's why I'm pointing and reading it to you. This is an awesome, awesome game, made, of course, by Blizzard, back when they weren't one of the worst companies in the world. Jesus Christ, they might even dethrone EA at the way they're going. Basically, you control one of 3 characters at any given time. One has a shield, so they can block projectiles and also turn the shield upward to use as a platform. One can run and jump really fast and really high. And then the third is an archer, so he can attack things. And with that combination, you need to make your way through a bunch of like puzzle platform levels. And obviously, they get more and more complex as you go. And it's really, really fun. At the time I had played it, it was a really unique game. It was the only time, I guess not the only time I'd seen the different characters with different abilities thing, because Mario 2 existed. But it was one of the first times that I really got to, like, you really had to pay attention to what character you used in what situation. Like, with Mario 2, all the different characters did behave differently, but that felt more of like a difficulty slider for the game, you know. Playing as Peach and being able to float made the game easier. Playing as Luigi, who could maybe jump higher, but was not as easy to control, made the game harder. This, you had to play as all of them,
because that was the game. So it was just a new thing that I really, really enjoyed. I've mentioned Metal Combat a bunch. This is Battle Clash, the first game in that series. And by series, I mean there's 2 of them. This is the first one. It's the same thing. You use the Super Scope to blow up giant mech robots. It's super awesome. Love it. And then speaking of Super Scope, we have Yoshi Safari, where you ride on Yoshi's back and you shoot things like you're on Safari. Also, you can shoot Yoshi in the back of the head, and he'll look at you and get pissed off. It's kind of funny. And by kind of funny, I mean that's what I did the majority of the time I played it. And then obviously R-Type, because I really enjoy shmups. More than I realized. Like, the more I talk, I'm realizing I've played a lot of shmups all through my life and always enjoyed them. I didn't realize they were as much of an important genre to me, but they really are. I really, really love them. We have Lord of the Rings, Orbitus, and then Secret of Mana 2, which, of course, never actually got a US release. Actually, I don't know if it was ever 100% finished and released officially at all. But either way, that's a fan-made game. So I don't know, like I said, if the fans just translated it, or if this was a deal where some programmers had to first finish the game and then drop it. But either way, it's out, and I have it. And I really like the first Secret of Mana, so the second one's good too. Buster Breaks Loose, it's a Tiny Toon game, doesn't matter as much. We have some more Pico Interactive games. We have Custodian for the Jaguar. Mr. Bloppy Saves the World for the Super Nintendo. And then, this is not Pico Interactive, this is a ROM hack, Hyper Metroid, with this really cool Caution Live Metroids Inside sticker on it. See, kind of cool. Yeah, I've already mentioned I love ROM hacks. I haven't played this one yet. It's actually still sealed. That will change. I will definitely open and review that, just like all the other ones that I've shown and mentioned in this series. What is this? This is Iron Commando, also by Pico Interactive. It looks like a beat 'em up, like a Streets of Rage, not Street Fighter, like a Final Fight or a Streets of Rage kind of deal. Okay. We have Legend, which is a Pico Interactive game. Also looks like a beat 'em up. We have Dr. Mario House Calls, which is a ROM hack of Super Mario World. And it's another one that actually I haven't played yet, but it got a lot of acclaim. This has a lot of good reviews. People online say it's one of the better ROM hacks, so I was excited to try that one out. Speaking of, we have Legend of Zelda Parallel Worlds, which is another, highly rated ROM hack. And then Legend of Zelda BS is not your standard ROM hack, and no, the BS doesn't stand for what you think it does. That was actually a game that came out on the Satellaview. If you're not familiar, the Satellaview was basically Nintendo's version of the Sega Channel. If you're not familiar with that, basically in the early days of the internet, when you would communicate with people, we'll call it online, you would get this satellite connection for your Super Nintendo. You'd put it in there, and you could log on to their thing to play whatever games were available at the time. Because you were streaming it, it could store more data, which meant they could do more. So basically, this was Link to the Past, but with a lot of extra, and there was actually voice acting in it. I don't know if they were able to capture the voice acting from the original and put it in this cart, but everything else from the game should be in here, all the content, all the extra stuff that was there. But yeah, it's just a really cool thing to have. It's definitely one that I was excited for. And man, as I look in here, a lot of these are not legitimate games. Mega Man and Bass, one of my first reviews, is a translation ROM hack. We have Cornbuster, which is another Pico Interactive game. So it's not that it's not a real game, it's just not officially released. We have Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets, which is another ROM hack and another one that's usually preferred online. Mario and Wario, another review, another translation. Creepy Bird, Pico Interactive made it. It's Flappy Bird, but Halloween themed. Dork and Imp, I think, is another Pico game. It's a platformer. Yeah. I think this is one I tried to review, and there's a part on the very first level that I just could not get past. I tried over and over. I actually tried a lot more off camera, and it wasn't happening. So I kind of gave up, and the review was kind of short because I really couldn't progress past the first level. And then we have, I don't even know what this is. It says remix on it, but a remix of what? I have no idea. It looks like Kirby's Avalanche. So it's probably the Puyo Puyo Pop, or whatever it's called. It's that. It's Kirby's Avalanche. And then we have Chowaniki, which is a game. I reviewed that too. And then I have Gone. I wish this got an American release. It looks like a really cool, fun platformer. I mean, it is. You could play this. With my Super NT, I'm going to play it and review it. But basically, you go around through different platform levels as a little T-Rex, and you murder bigger dinosaurs. And I think you're trying to save all the tiny little animals, because you're a tiny little animal at the moment. It just looks really fun. I don't even remember where I first saw and heard about it, but it just looked like an interesting game at the time, so I picked up a copy. And like I said, when I'm reestablished, I will absolutely play and review that one. We have Dragon Quest V, another fan translation, and Bahamut Lagoon, same story. Are you done? My God. Another Pico game, Hindstrike, which I'm pretty sure is, oh, there's no screenshots on the back. That's weird. But it's the shmup. And then King Arthur's World, which is one of the non-Mario Paint games that actually requires the mouse. It's interesting. It's very challenging because that mouse is not precise and not always as responsive as you want. If you play this one as a ROM on your PC and just use your actual PC mouse, you'll have a hell of a time. It'll be great. But with this one, if you try to use legitimate hardware, which I did, it's a beast. It is not easy to play. So I would just throw that out there to all of you that were considering playing it. You're not going to have a great time. These are generic games that don't matter. These are, oh, okay. Nightmare Busters was one of the ones from Super Fighter Team. But most importantly, I'm going to talk about Big Sky Trooper. This is, I guess, technically a game. It's an awful game. Actually, fun story, when I first played this, I played it at a friend's house in high school. He had a copy. He's like, oh, try this game. So I did, and the game didn't respond. Like, the Super Nintendo was working, everything was fine, but none of the buttons appeared to do anything helpful to the game. And I know I'm usually bad at games. I've proven time and time again that I am a casual. So there's always the option that I'm going to do poorly at a game, but not being able to, like, exit a room because none of the controls will do anything. It's not just me being bad at a game, it's just the game is bad. And that was Big Sky Trooper. But it was so bad that it was memorable, so I had to buy a copy, so that whenever I wanted to, I could put it in and remember just how bad it was. And then we have one of the YS games, which I've said time and again, I'm a huge fan of JRPGs, I love the YS games. Obviously, a boxed copy of Link to the Past. I mean, there's been a bunch of those, but that one's American, and it's not the greatest hits reprint, and the box is in decent shape, so yeah. Seventh Saga is another RPG that I really, really love from the Super Nintendo, and Lagoon is another RPG that I really, really love from the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo actually had a very solid lineup of RPGs. Not just the Final Fantasy games, and obviously Earthbound and Chrono Trigger, but all the ones that people don't talk about, like Lagoon or Seventh Saga, Illusions of Gaia, ActRaiser to some extent is maybe kind of an RPG. There's a lot of really good games that don't get the credit they deserve because they're very, very good. I mentioned a minute ago Kirby's Avalanche, and here it is. It's a great game. It's just like that Puyo Puyo Pop game where you have all the little two-colored bubble guys stuck together and they're slowly falling and you have to stack them in like combined blobs of 4. It's one of those. Holy Super Nintendo, Batman. Okay, so we have a couple Saturn games. This one doesn't matter. This one matters very much. Panzer Dragoon. This is not that limited run cart. This is an actual case with the actual game. Then we have SimCity, Shinobi, and some other games that don't matter. And some more games that don't matter. Skeleton Warriors, which actually looked really interesting because it's got like some really cool 3D graphics. I mean, they're early 3D graphics, so I doubt they're that cool, but you know what I mean. And then, of course, Quake, which, as I said before, Quake 3 Arena was the one shooter where I was super competitive and really loved it. So I do like the Quake series. I always buy all the games. And then you can't really see it, but pretty much the rest of this box is just piles of SNES carts. So this will be so fun. Oh, and also my CDI games are here. Yeah, it's all three of them. Zelda's Adventure, Faces of Evil, and Wanda Gamelon. They're all there. They're all in the boxes. They're all complete because I needed to have them, and the Zelda's blah, blah, blah. And then we have some other CDI games. I mentioned before that when I found Little Devil and that other game, that they also had Tetris that I wanted, and it was too expensive, so I didn't buy it there. But I did end up finding a copy of Tetris for the CDI because I just genuinely enjoy the Tetris games. At one point, it was my goal to get Tetris for every console that's been released on, but then I realized that that was almost literally every console, and that's just a lot of Tetrises. One day it might still happen, just not today, because that takes a lot of money. Mega Maze, because it's mazes, and I kind of like puzzles and challenging type things like that, so yeah, it looked fun. Virtua Cop, the not-for-resale version, and also Nights into Dreams, the not-for-resale version, and also the broken case version. That's cute. I thought I had the long box version of this too, like the official release, but I haven't seen it yet, so maybe not. Maybe I'm dreaming. And then, Dreamcast games. Pier Solar. This was made by Watermelon Team. What's interesting about this game is, not this one specifically, because it's the Genesis version, not the Dreamcast one, but it's the largest Genesis game to date. And I don't mean the cartridge is oversized. I mean, they fit, I want to say it was a 64-bit chip, so 64 bits worth of game data onto that Genesis cart. And obviously the console will process it, it'll play the game. It just, it stores a lot more assets and a lot more stuff than any other Genesis title ever has. So it's a very big, complicated, and cool RPG. Then we have sealed copies of Jet Grind Radio, Typing of the Dead, Draconis, which I've never heard of. I'm glad this is not sealed. Yeah, put those there and talk about this one. And the rest of you don't matter, so we're just going to talk about this one. Chronicles of Pern, Dragon Riders. I'm a nerd. You may have noticed. So as a kid, I read a lot of fantasy novels because that's what nerds do. And the Dragonlance books and all, you know, the Chronicles of Pern and the Dragon Riders of Pern and all of that, they're pretty big stories if you like the fantasy genre. If you also read fantasy novels, you've heard of those stories already. So when they made a game of it, I was really cool. Like, I was not really cool. That was really cool. It's kind of like, you know, the Discworld game books or the Xanth books. Like, there's certain worlds in these books that you get really familiar with and get excited about. So when you see them in other medium, like a video game, it's something to be excited about. Now, I haven't actually played this one yet. I don't know if it's as good as I remember the books being. So I guess we'll find out together at some point. Basically, by the way, I didn't think this was going to be the case, but this video series is just turning into me promising the next 300 Awkward Gamer reviews. So that's going to be fun for me. I don't know that I actually have the room to go through all of these cartridges. I have really worked myself into the corner here. But I'll see how many of them I can reach that are worth talking about. Skyblazer is one of those. This has become a rare game, which kind of annoys me because I wanted to get a box copy, and that's certainly not going to happen now. I also wanted to get the sequel, and I don't think that's going to happen either. But Skyblazer is a really fun action platformer. I thoroughly enjoy it. I don't remember where I first found it, but when I did, I remember thinking it was really fun, and then I eventually picked up my own copy for just a couple bucks. Because I know it's super rare and expensive right now, but back in the day, it wasn't a title anyone was looking for. It was just another Super Nintendo game that existed. So you could get it for next to nothing because nobody really cared. So yeah, I'm glad I picked it up for $5, not the 200 or whatever it goes for now. But it's a really fun game. You probably see the black already. That's Killer Instinct, of course. Then on top, we have Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, which are amazeballs. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. They're first-party Nintendo games. We've all played them. Also, the Donkey Kong Competition Cart is still the most wanted game that's not in my collection. That is the absolute top of my wish list. I want that more than anything. That is my holy grail. But moving on, we have a bunch more of the, rarer and just really fun, notable things like Secret of Mana and Castlevania 4, and Mario Kart, I guess. And then, what else do we have? More R-Type. I have Eye of the Beholder in a very, very yellow cartridge. I've moved further and further away from the camera, so I know you can't see any of this stuff now. Also, I said I wasn't going to take all these out, but here I am, taking them all out. Oh! I have... It's not legitimate. Der Langrisser. This is, of course, a repro cart. But this was... I don't actually think we got an American release of this. I think this is another one that just got a fan translation. But it was supposed to be a really fun game. And, like with everything else, I'll play it and review it at some point. Nope. Don't care about any of you. We have Lagoon, not in the box, Super Bomberman 2, one of my copies of Mega Man X. I say one of because I, for no reason at all, have 3 of them. 2 are loose and 1 is boxed. We have, I reviewed this already, Equestria Bound, which is My Little Pony, but Earthbound. Actually, all the way around, it's Earthbound, but My Little Pony. But it's a really good fan game. It wasn't just a couple sprite swaps. Like, they changed a lot of the dialogue. They changed the names of, like, the moves and the characters. And I think they changed some of the maps around. Like, they really... It's a pretty in-depth ROM hack. So if you're a fan of Earthbound and or My Little Pony, check it out. And then I'm going to drop these. Samurai Showdown, Mario RPG, which is a must, Super Bomberman, the first one, and of course Super Turrican, because again, I really like shooty games. Well, I like old shooty games. Modern, current day, first-person shooters, absolute ass. I really don't have any more room. I can't unpack all of these. Ninja Warriors is a big one. It's another one of those side-scrolling beat-em-ups, like, your Streets of Rage, River City Ransom, whatever. But it's a fun one because you play as one of 3 cyborg ninjas, and I just really love that. Plus, it was a really fun game. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, which everybody knows. Star Fox. Yoshi's Island, which is, aside from Dust, it's the best platformer ever. Dust is more of a Metroidvania, so I'll say Yoshi's Island is the best platformer ever. Because Dust and Elysian Tale is a Metroidvania, not a straight platformer. But either way, Yoshi's Island is super, super good. The music is amazing. The difficulty curve is very reasonable. Everything just plays really well. It's a super, super good game. Space Invaders, Might and Magic, Kirby. Of course, Jungle, Urban, and Desert Strike are all in here. Secret of Evermore, ActRaiser 1 and 2. Harvest Moon, which took me forever to finally find a copy of. Oh wow, this whole pile right here is Mega Man Soccer, Harvest Moon, ActRaiser 2, and then Breath of Fire. So apparently a lot of my money is right here. If Demon Crest was in there too, that would be my most expensive SNES games, I think. F-Zero, Super Metroid. It's not that these games aren't important. I think I've mentioned this before. I don't want to talk about games that you already know. Like, there's nothing I'm going to tell you about Super Metroid that you haven't already heard from 100 other reviewers, or from yourself when you played it, because we've all played Super Metroid. You know, it's not fun for me to explain Donkey Kong Country or Mega Man X. I want to explain Wolfchild or Sim Ant or, here we go, Izzy's Quest for the Olympic Rings. Those are the kinds of games that I really want to talk about and review, because those are things that you guys haven't played or seen. I say you guys like there's someone out there watching this. But, you know, the average gamer probably hasn't played all of those games that I might remember or would have played because I played a lot of obscure games. So those are the ones I'll talk about and do in-depth stuff about. But yeah, that's the rest of that box. It's just a ton more Super Nintendo games. And here's the other side of the Game Wars, or Console Wars rather. This is all the Sega games. Oh, I have no space. I just live in this corner now. And just like with the Super Nintendo, I have a bunch of box games for the Genesis. Actually, I feel like the Genesis, you find box copies more easily. I think it's because a lot of them were those plastic clamshells, which were just convenient to keep, whereas cardboard boxes tend to just fall apart and suck. That being said, all three of the ones I just pulled out are cardboard boxes: Sonic 3D Blast, Phantasy Star, and Steel Talents. And this was an indie homebrew by, I've mentioned multiple times now, Vinny from 64 Kilobyte Games. It's one of his games. We have Lion King, Light Crusader, and The Jungle Book. This is another one where I can't go through all of them because I have no space left. But I will mention a couple. Cascade being a big one, and also Beggar Prince. These are both from Super Fighter Team, which means, again, they're probably rare and expensive for no reason. And then, of course, Castlevania Bloodlines. That's rare and expensive for obvious reasons. It's Castlevania, which is also why I bought it. And it's also super fun and does have a version of Bloody Tears in it. This box is in absolute crap condition. It's awful. I need to find a better one. And from what I understand, that game also got a clamshell release, but I think the box copy is harder to find, which is why I want to continue having a boxed one. There's a Dragon Age figure. We have the boxes for a lot of my handhelds. So all the DSs that I've shown you already, as well as my Vita. Hold on. There's more DSs. Yeah. I own at least this many DSs. I don't... Okay. You just stay there. Just hang out. It'll be fun. We have a little Just Cause figure. And even littler... Oh, it's the Okamiden figure that we saw earlier. And by earlier, I mean like really early on in the first video. And then so much Sega. I'm going to do the same thing as I did with the Super Nintendo. I'm just going to skirt through a few of these because I don't have space. A bunch of Master System games. For the most part, they don't matter. There wasn't as much on the Master System that I cared about, aside from Penguin Land. That was actually my favorite game on the console by far. But I did mention already before T-Gun 2, an indie game that I'm pretty sure was made by Vinny and then released at Too Many Games. And I don't know why, but I ended up with just a bunch of copies. I think he just kept giving them to me. Because like I said, he was friendly, he recognized me every year, I interviewed him a couple times in various videos, and I always bought all his games because I genuinely want to support indie developers like that. Especially, he was just one guy making these games on his own. It wasn't his job, it was just a thing he did for fun. So I was always happy to support him and buy his games, and I guess he appreciated that and would hook me up occasionally. So, yay. Then we have a bunch more stuff. One of them, which I guess JonTron did a video on, Pocket Monsters 2, is, I don't know what it's a hack of, but it is a platformer for the Sega Genesis, kind of based on Pokemon. Like, you play through as, I think, just Pikachu, and you have to go and beat up all the other Pokemon, but it's not an RPG. It's a platformer, and a surprisingly good one. So, I don't know what it's a ROM hack of, but it's a ROM hack that people should definitely check out, because it is actually legitimately fun. We have more Master System games. We have a bunch more Genesis games, multiple boxed copies of every Sega or every Sonic game, because they're just easy to find and I keep ending up with them. And then here, like I just mentioned, is the one Master System game that matters, Penguin Land. It's a puzzle game where you're a penguin with an egg. You're at the very top of a level, and you have to slowly make your way down without dropping the egg too far at once, or else it will crack and break and die. And also, you don't want the polar bears to get it, because then they'll eat the contents of your egg. Likewise, you don't want them to get you, because they'll eat you, and then the egg will just be abandoned. And then when you finally get to the bottom, you roll your egg into your spaceship, where you fly off to the next level. All of what I said is true and part of this game. It's pretty crazy. But it also has a level editor. So when you're done with the madness that is the game itself, you can then make your own levels. So I love this. This is great. It's just like Lode Runner. Whenever I get that customization, the level editing, whatever, I'm a huge fan. I love it. It makes the game even better for me. And this is a genuinely good game even without that. So having that just puts it completely over the top. More games don't matter. I can't even navigate through this box. Fatal Labyrinth, the Echo games, and I do need to talk about that one at the bottom there. Pooh. Please hold while I just do this. Okay. This, and I mentioned my two friends from college where we did our thing. Every week we would, buy games we'd never heard of. So I got one called Dragon's Revenge. It has a dragon on it, that's why I bought it. This was actually the tag from the store where I bought it. It was $3.99. Complete in box and everything. Games used to be affordable. I bought it because I saw the name and the dragon on the cover. That was all I needed to know. I knew nothing else about the game. I didn't even really look at the back of the game, or else I would have known the rest. We got it back to my house, and it's a pinball game. And the crazy thing about this game, and more importantly the first one in the franchise, Dragon's Fury, is that it's an H.R. Geiger-inspired pinball game. The first one especially is basically a straight rip from some of his artwork. If you don't know, he's the guy that drew the Xenomorphs and a lot of just weird, dark, twisted art like that. But yeah, you play through basically an evil pinball machine where you want to beat up all these Geiger creations and just complete a bunch of specific objectives, like hitting certain targets in certain orders or beating a little minigame stage or whatever, to progress through and beat the machine. And when you get to like the top half, there's a little like mini boss you have to face off, and it's really fun. It was really challenging, and my friends and I, we had more of a blast with these games, Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Revenge, than we did with pretty much any of the other games we discovered. They're super, super fun, very enjoyable to play, really fun with a group, because it's a fun one to watch too. Like, if this was Girlfriend Reviews, she would say it's great to live with someone playing this game because it's really fun to watch. She'd say it in a more humorous way because her boyfriend's a good writer, but you know what I mean. It's a great game as the player or the spectator, and I doubt it's as cheap now as it was when I bought it, but I'm sure it's still reasonably priced because it's not super in demand. So if you get the chance and you are a Genesis player, pick it up. You'll have a good time with it. And honestly, I've just kind of run out of space, so there might be some more in there worth talking about, but I don't have anywhere to put them, so I'm not going to talk about them, because I don't know how I'll leave this corner if I do. So that's all of that. Next I'll tackle the last, well, it'll probably take another couple segments, but I'm going to tackle the rest of the games in this video, so we're just going to move on. Alright, sexy people, let's keep going. I'll start with all the uncovered stuff. We've got the biggest Luminous Special Edition, including a giant luminous block that does actually light up. If I were to open this, which I'm not going to, like I said before, with the other Special Edition Luminous game, I already have multiple copies of that for different consoles that are open and playable. I don't need to open the Special Editions. We have a Luigi hat that is just beyond dusty. So of course I'm going to put it on my frickin' head. We have yet another messenger bag from Too Many Games, which can just go over there. Holy Christ. We have another box of Skylanders and Amiibos and Disney Infinity things. as well as, what is this? I have no idea what these are. These are literally paint color matchers, but Disney branded. I don't know why that's a thing or why it's in here. So, okay. That can go over there. And then we have the boxes for a PS3, just a regular one, nothing special, and some random crap. And then underneath is a Sega Master System box. Again, just a normal one, nothing special with that either. And then random paper crap for no reason. Okay, let's do some more boxes. I will start with this. It's not really a box. I mean, clearly it is a box, but this is actually a rental case. Back in the day, when there were video game rental stores, you could rent entire consoles, because that way the stores could get people who didn't actually own the consoles to still rent games for them by also renting you the console. For example, the first time I had a Super Nintendo in my house was actually one that we rented before we ended up buying one. This is, if you couldn't tell from the label, a Sega Dreamcast. And while the foam on the inside is, well, not really attached, and oh god, that just fell right apart. Yeah, this foam barely exists. It just crumbles as soon as you touch it. So the foam is crap, but there is Sega Dreamcast with a light gun and 2 controllers, plus the cords to hook it up to your TV. So it's there. It's the full set. I just really need to do something about this rapidly disintegrating foam. But yeah, this was actually given to me from someone. I happened to offhandedly mention, which I always try to do, to a person that, hey, I collect old video games, so if you ever have any, I'm your guy. And he's like, oh, what about old Segas? And which immediately made me think, oh, he's got a Genesis lying around. That's cool. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So we go out to his car, and he pulls out this rental case. He's like, here. And so I got myself the Blockbuster rental case. I don't know if it's Blockbuster. It's some video rental store with the console and controllers and everything all included. Also, there were a few games in here too. Hydro Thunder and I think Legacy of Kain. And then inside the console is House of the Dead 2. Unfortunately, this did not come with the case or anything for this game, so right now this copy just kind of sits in here until I find a good home for it. So that's that. So gross. That foam is just not a thing. Okay. That's this is a basket of goodies, and then we'll dive into boxes. So, obviously on top, we have a stuffed Shantae and a Gamer Cat. I've mentioned this webcomic a bunch. It's still pretty great. I'm still sad that it's gone. And then the Shantae franchise is just a really fun set of platformers that I enjoy, and if you've ever played them, you probably do too. We have the puzzle box from Hellraiser, which is not at all video game related, but it's a thing that I have right here anyway. That totally just hit the stand for the camera. The Ring Fit controller. We have a nifty little light up mushroom. It goes in here, and then you push the power button, and then the lights come up and it glows. And what the hell is this? I don't know. I bought something from a company, and they sent me a thank you note. Oh, it's for this light. Okay. This goes with the Ring Fit, nobody cares. And then just a bunch of Atari controllers. And a couple what look like PS3 controllers as well. So nothing super special in here. Just some random controllers and that light. So we'll move on. I'll start with the one in the back. Why not? Also, the big cast iron stove here has nothing to do with video games. I just haven't removed it from my house yet because it's very large and very heavy. Don't tell my insurance company. They want it to go away. To be fair, I haven't used it, so I intend to remove it. Like, I should be fine insurance-wise. I just haven't done it yet. It's large. Okay. So, we have a Super Nintendo, the second generation one that's smaller and slimmer. We have a Sega Genesis, also the second generation one. And then, super importantly, now, if you remember when the Switch came out, they were in very limited supply. They were very hard to find. Scalpers were pre-ordering them and then selling their pre-orders for double, triple, or even quadruple the actual cost. And the same goes for the Zelda games, which sold out just as fast as far as pre-orders are concerned. And one day, I really wanted a Switch, and I really, really wanted the special edition of Breath of the Wild, because Zelda game, I've already explained that. And so, I was just looking on eBay on a whim. I didn't expect to find anything, but I did find someone who had a pre-order launch edition Switch and this special edition Breath of the Wild. And they were selling the two together in a single lot on eBay for the MSRP. There was no markup at all. And considering the eBay fees that they had to pay, they probably ended up losing money by doing this. So, I don't know who that is. I don't remember their eBay name or anything, and there's no way they're watching this video. No one's watching this video. But if they somehow are, thank you so much. This was the best thing. So yeah, that was how I ended up getting a Switch, because honestly, I would not have gotten one of the pre-order ones otherwise, and there's no way I would pay, like, the price that these special editions ended up going for. I wasn't paying 4 times the price for that game. It just wasn't going to happen. I would have got the special edition eventually when it was readily available, and just made do. So I am super psyched that I ended up getting this and the Switch when I did. And then the rest of this is a bunch of empty boxes for Skylanders and Disney Infinities, and yeah, it's just more of the same, just more of these empty boxes. And on top of these empty boxes, that's cool, just do that, that's fine. Oh, that one's not empty, it's got some of the figures in it. We also have 3 regular original Xboxes. This one clearly has a skin on it. It's got these shiny stickers that make it look all that. And the other ones are just normal. And like I said, there's 3 of them in here all together, because I just have extras of all the consoles, as I've said. As far as I know, these all work, which is handy, because that way they're proper extras. If one breaks, I don't have to try and repair it or part it out or any of that. I just take it off the entertainment center, plug in the next one, and keep on trucking. Okay, moving on. Every box is so heavy when you're sitting down and have no measurable upper body strength. What do we have here? Oh, okay. I mentioned this before, how I said that I had an open copy of Madness Returns. This is that open copy. And I don't know how well the detail is going to show up on the camera, but if you can see all the little folds in the cardboard underneath the plastic there, it's because this is severely water damaged. And on the inside, like I said before, the manual's missing, but the little warning thing is there. And I can't tell from the preview, but if you can see all those tiny little black dots, pretty sure that's the starting of a mold infestation. So, like I said last time around, this case probably isn't going to last too much longer. The disc is still playable. It's got some scuffs and scratches for sure, but it's playable, and I've enjoyed that. So I may just try and find an empty case somewhere, or maybe just find a new open playable copy entirely, and this can go on my to sell pile for dirt cheap. We have a bunch of other Xbox One games, including, like I mentioned, the special edition Steelbook Forza games that Forza used to do for all their games until they became lame and shitty and decided to only do digital for the premium edition of the game. And then we have just a bunch of other games. Maneater is amazing. Everyone should play this. It's so ridiculous and so fun. I have nothing else to say about that Forza thing, but I just really want to drive home how crap that was. I love those games, and I always got the premium editions in the Steelbook, and now I can't because Microsoft sucks. So I just really want to emphasize that Microsoft sucks, and I don't like them. It was a shit decision. There's no reason to talk about a lot of the Xbox One games. because really, this was pretty much the entirety of my Xbox One games. These 3 piles that I pulled out. I didn't collect a lot for the console because there just wasn't anything worth collecting for the console. They didn't have a lot of exclusives, and a lot of the ones they did have are games that I'd never play, like Halo or Gears of War, so I never even picked those up. So really, it was just, I don't know, it was a super disappointing console. Plus, I've already mentioned this a million times in different videos, and I think I even showed a comparison in one video, but the interface was slow and clunky and awful. The loading time for the console to get to where you could actually play a game, assuming you don't get an error or need to do a console update, was just ridiculously slow, and overall the whole thing just sucked. Playing that console is never fun for me. It's the one I exclusively play Rock Band on, which was actually the reason I bought it initially, was to play Rock Band 4. And even that, it takes a disappointingly long time to load the game every time. I don't know what the console's doing in the back end, but it's slow as hell. So yeah, the Xbox One is garbage. Then we have more Evercade carts. These are not garbage. This console is great. Especially, like I said, this Jaleco cart has STNX on it. Awesome game. And then lastly, we have another one of these Neo Geo Special Collections. Special Edition. The words that I meant, you know what they are. And then Blaster Master Zero and Blaster Master Zero 2 in this big, giant, special edition box thing. And it's got some little statues of Sophia, the little car gun thing that you drive around in, and it's fancy. It's a really big box. It's pretty. So that's that. And that's one more box down. Yoink! Okay. We did that. Let's do this. This is heavy. Oh, Christ. That's why it's heavy. So this is just a whole bunch of games. Lots of PS2, lots of Xbox. I do see some Wii U, and a lot of 360, including this really spiffy steelbook for RE5. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything in here. 360 was a weird one. I collected a lot of games for this console, which I don't know why. Because, like, after the fact, looking back, the PS3 had all the really good JRPGs. So that's the one I should have been collecting for the whole time. But for whatever reason, I picked up the 360 and I loved it, and that's the one I ran with. So having to go back now and re-get all the JRPGs that I missed the first time around sucks, because as I mentioned before, JRPGs are ones that generally go up in price once they're out. So it has been a chore, let me tell you, to try and track down a bunch of the ones that I've wanted, and there's still a bunch that I just haven't been able to find. And looking at all these games, I mean, I have a bunch, so like I said, whenever I do find an RPG or something that I like, I pick those up for sure. And then there's all the standard fare that everyone had, like, you know, Portal 2, or the Project Gotham Racings. As you saw with all the boxes, I have all the Skylander games, Saints Row, and those kind of things. Here we have another steelbook. Actually, in the very first video, right at the beginning, I showed the plastic case that this came in. Here's the steelbook to go with it. Yeah. Ooh, Sonics and Skyrim. The first generation and the first printing of Skyrim. Not one of the 9 million reprints that it's gotten. And then we have some random PS2 stuff. Nothing too important except for Sitting Ducks. If you remember, I did a review of this one too. The game was awful. It had terrible controls. It was not easy or fun to play. I did not enjoy it. That was one that a coworker recommended I try, and so I did, and it was just not good. And I think actually the coworker was mad at me because I said mean things about them in the video, and I said, "You suck for making me play this terrible game." And they didn't like that I said that they suck. They don't suck. It's actually a very cute, pretty girl. She was really nice. I worked with her a bunch. She's a good person. She just has terrible taste in games. More random Xbox. Although, two that I absolutely love. Bloodwake, which is a surprisingly good game, and then Soul Calibur 2, which is not at all surprising that it's good. It's just super good. Fun fact about Soul Calibur 2, when it first came out, the PS2 was the console I had in that generation. I didn't have the OG Xbox right away, and the GameCube was actually the last I got of that generation. So I didn't play a lot of games for either of those consoles, and when Soul Calibur 2 came out, I played it on the console that I had, the PS2. And if you remember Soul Calibur 2, you remember that all three versions of it had a different secret console-specific character that you could play as. It wasn't secret, it was advertised on the case. But the one for Xbox was Spawn, which is one of my favorite comic book characters. And the one for GameCube was Link, who obviously is one of my favorite video game characters. So both of those sounded really exciting. The one for PS2 was Heihachi, some generic character from a stupid fighting franchise that I don't care about. So I was beyond disappointed with that. That the only version of the game that had a crap character was the version of the game for the only console I had at the time. So that sucked for me. I did not enjoy that fact. Okay. More random stuff, and tons of it. Here's what I can mention. Chowaniki. It's another game that I've already done a video on, I'm pretty sure. But it's... No, I didn't do the PS2 version. I did the Super Nintendo version, which was a fighting game. The PS2 version is a bullet hell shmup, whatever. It's just as ridiculous. It's just as homoerotic. The visuals are just as random and crazy. It's just as nonsensical. I'm just not able to play it because it's a Japanese PS2 game and I don't have a Japanese PS2. Likewise, I also mentioned before that I had one of the Beatmania games that I bought specifically because it had a remix of Bloody Tears in it. This is that game. And again, it's Japanese, I can't actually play it, but it has Bloody Tears, so this is part of my Castlevania collection. We have more stuff. We have all the DDRs, because I love DDR. We have the Black Label San Andreas, like I mentioned before. We have Fable. And Azuric. I don't know what Azuric or whatever it is. Huh. Shovelware adventure game. That might be a fun one to review at some point. Because if I've never heard of it, there's a good chance other people haven't heard of it, which means that's one I should review. Because all these other games you have heard of. Like Dynasty Warriors 8 would be absolutely pointless to talk about. Everyone knows about that game. Same for Test Drive Unlimited. That was really big at the time. Wolverine X-Men Origins, the game, not the movie. The movie was crap. The game is actually surprisingly good. I got that game when it came out. I was still working at GameStop, and I had already seen the movie, so I was expecting very little as far as quality. But it actually turned out to be a pretty decent game. I was surprised. Here we have another Steelbook. This one for Final Fantasy XII, which is one of the really good Final Fantasies. For me, the order is 8, and then 10, and then 12. This game is nowhere on the list. Like if I go down in order of quality from the best to the worst, I get all the way to the bottom, and then I just start talking about other franchises, and then I start ranking those, and then maybe an hour later, at the bottom of like the rating of Shaq Fu games would be Final Fantasy X2. You know, it would... Shaq Fu Reborn would probably be the best, and then Shaq Fu, and then under that, the very, very bottom of all the games ever, is Final Fantasy X2. It's an awful, terrible, shit game. The story is garbage, the whole premise is garbage, the idea of using dresses for your fight style is stupid, just everything sucks about that game. And it undoes the story of the previous game, which is awful because the previous game had a great story. So, yeah, I hate everything about Final Fantasy X2. This is my sealed copy of Katamari Damacy. Don't worry, I do have an unsealed copy. I thoroughly enjoy that game. I've played the hell out of it. One of my friends that I've bleeped multiple times now, he introduced me to that back in the day. That was one of the random ones that he and I and our other friend all played when the three of us got together. And I remember he would come along with the music and just absolutely loved it. And after a while, I started doing that too. And the third Musketeer, she did not enjoy us doing that. She hated us doing that, in fact, which made it all the more fun. And then also, we have Mr. Mosquito. This is another one I've been wanting to review for a while. This was actually one that someone who is a fan of this channel, which I can't believe that's a thing I get to say, because no one watches these videos, but I somehow have a couple fans. But they recommended this game, and as soon as, you know, I got a recommendation from a fan, I'm like, holy crap, I need to do that now, because that's a thing. I can interact with fans, and I've said fan too much. It still just feels unreal and weird. So I bought the game, and I played it a couple times myself, because, you know, if I'm going to review something properly and do like a good review, I have to pre-record game footage, figure out my talking points, script the video out, all of that. So I was doing that, and it's such a weird game that I came up with a bunch of stuff I wanted to say, but for whatever reason, I just never ended up actually filming the video. So I haven't talked about that one yet, but I am definitely going to, because it is a weird game that definitely deserves to be talked about. Then let's see. We have a couple more sealed games, including one of the Shin Megami Tenseis. We have the Mortal Kombat games. And speaking of, we have a steelbook for one of the Mortal Kombat games. And we have, even more exciting, Monster Rancher. I love these. If you don't know the franchise, what Monster Rancher does is you put the disc in, and you have to capture and battle different creatures, like Pokemon. You all know what Pokemon is. It's basically that, except the way you find and catch different creatures in this game is by putting other discs in your console. So for example, that was a PS2 game. So if you put in, you know, any other PS2 game, or a PS1 game, or various audio CDs or DVDs, those will all give you different creatures that'll show up. And sometimes it's specific to the content of that disc. For example, if you put in like a Black Sabbath or Rob Zombie CD, you'll get like a darker type creature. And those are specific examples. They actually do have some that show up specifically with Rob Zombie or Ozzy Osbourne CDs. So it's a really interesting, cool game mechanic that I really thought was fun. And I like monster capture games anyway. I mentioned way back when I reviewed that I'm even a character in one because I kickstarted it. So I love those kinds of games, but this one specifically with just this weird, unique mechanic, I thought was super interesting. And now we move into the Wii U games. This console did not get the love it deserved. It actually had a great selection of really solid games. I know the console itself was poorly named, but that doesn't stop the library from being good. It just means that a lot of people didn't experience that library because they couldn't get past the stupidity of the console. Obviously, for example, Hyrule Warriors started on this console, and this is one of the best games ever made. Not the best, but one of. It's up there. Like, it's not as good as Dust or Dragon Audit, but it's top 10 material. We have Mario Kart, Mario Party. Actually, that Mario Kart, too, I'm still super disappointed that after getting ported to Switch, we never got any more content for it. There should have been some DLC and more characters or tracks or whatever added, but they didn't do any of that. Nintendo was content to just do a direct port of the game and then ignore it. Which, I guess, shouldn't be surprising. We saw what they did with the Mario trilogy they released for the anniversary. That was a complete crappy cop-out, so yeah, I guess that's just how they do things. Okay, let's keep going even more. Next, we have an Xbox One, which is 100% still in this box. No, it's not. I lied. I actually don't have a white Xbox One. I don't know where the box came from, but inside is actually a very filthy Xbox 360 with a faceplate that is falling off. Why is it falling off? Where did you even come from? I mean, I know where you came from. When a mommy 360 and a daddy 360 love each other a whole lot, yeah, that's where this came from. And this box does not actually belong to a console that I own. It is also not in good shape. So And it has a dead bug in it. Yummy. So that might be another thing that goes up for sale, or just given away to anyone that wants it. Because I don't want to toss out a box. There might be someone out there that has a white Xbox One that lost the original box and wants it. So I'll give collectors the opportunity, but I don't need to keep it. I don't have the console that goes with it. It serves no purpose. Okay. Another box. Ooh, this one has fun stuff. I can tell already. For example, posters. And this is... the hell is this? Oh, just some pretty pictures for Magic the Gathering Arena. And on the back is a code to download some free packs in Magic the Gathering Arena. I did try playing that for a little while. I don't love it because it requires playing with other people, which I'm not all about. And I don't know, part of the fun for the game is collecting all the physical cards and hand building a deck and then sitting at a table and playing with one or more friends and just doing the game. Just doing it on the computer, I don't know, it feels kind of lame. It takes a lot of the fun out of it. Plus, the computer version is very restricted in the amount of cards that it allows you access to. It doesn't really appear to be a way to just play like just a house rules game with a buddy. You have to go online to some like quick match and do ranked things, and it all has to be of a tournament style match. So, you know, you have to play whatever the standard sets are, or you have to play commander deck, or you have to play the few cards that are already in the game and allowed for, say, Classic or whatever. You can't just have free reign of the entire gamut of released Magic the Gathering cards and build whatever deck you want and play with your friends. So, it kind of sucks. It's lame. It's not fun. I don't like it. Moving on. We have a bunch more indie games. We have Impossible for the Jaguar. We have Head Over Heels, also for the Jaguar. And then we have Little Lancelot for the NES. This one is from Pico, and oh, so are the other ones. So yeah, more Pico Interactive games. I don't remember buying any of these or even hearing of them. So hopefully when we get a third Pico collection on the Evercade, those games are in it. Also, like I've said with all the other indie titles I've come across, I'll review these at some point. When this channel is up and running again and I'm making videos again, that is my plan going forward, is to I really want to hyper-focus on the ROM hacks, the indie titles, just that kind of niche stuff, because there's so much of it. Especially in the last few years, I've seen so many of these kinds of things come out, and, you know, people don't talk about them as much, they don't get a lot of review coverage. Some of them you don't even hear about because they just completely fly under the radar. So I want to bring more attention to games that need it, and not talk about AAA titles or stuff that is already completely overexposed. So that's what I'm going to do going forward. So hopefully that's what you like. And if not, I don't know what to tell you. Luckily it's a free thing, so you know, you're not losing any money by me not covering what you want. And then we have a couple Super Nintendo games and also a fake Super Nintendo game. Tin Head by Pico Interactive is a proper Super Nintendo cart and a Super Nintendo game. And then we have the Data East Classics Collection, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a collection of games by Data East. One of them is a pool game, and two of them are magical drop games. And the other ones are just, I don't know. None of these look super interesting, but it's pretty cool to have, and I have it. So that. And then this is Iconoclasts, which I'm pretty sure is for the PS4. It comes in a Super Nintendo style box, although it's not quite the same size, as you can see. It's a little taller, and it's not as, oh no, it is the same width, but it's taller. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's just a PS4 game in here. In fact, which side did I open? This side. Let's find out. I can't find out. Yeah, I already taken it out of there. But considering there's not a special little cutout to fit a Switch cart, this is definitely a PS4 game. So yeah, this is a PS4 game that I have. And they just give it a fancy old school looking box. Probably because it is a retro style game. You can't see the images on the back of the box, but it does have that retro side-scrolling platformer feel to it. Let's move on. You need to stay out of the way. What's in here? I don't know. I don't know how that works. We have Metroid, the yellow label, for $20 apparently. I don't know if that's $20. That might be like the number of a booth where it came from or something. I'm not really sure. I don't even know that this is something I got at like a yard sale or consignment shop or whatever, so I don't know if it would have a sticker like that, but it says 20, so presumably someone bought this at some point for $20. Then we have a bunch of Genesis games. We have Switchblade. We have Canon, The Legend of the New God. Sorry, gods. There's more than one. And we have Thunderbolt 2. These are all also from Pico Interactive. And this one's a shoot 'em up. This one's an RPG. And this one, best I can tell, is a platformer. So, all games that I would play, all genres that I do enjoy. Which means eventually these will all get opened and played and reviewed. No? No? Yes. This one's going to get opened right now because I want to see what's rattling around. And again, I know I didn't put a gore warning, and it's bad to open games on camera, especially retro ones. And normally I'd agree. But A, this isn't completely retro. It's a new game made for a retro console. And B, the whole reason I bought this was to open it, play it, and probably even review it. So, I'm not really doing any harm here because this was always going to happen. I'm just doing it on camera. And this broken bit is... goes right here. It's part of the little lip that holds the game in place. So, yeah. See, it wouldn't have counted as a good sealed copy anyway. It was broken. But yeah, that's what those are. And never doubt that I do play my games. I'm not one of those collectors that just puts things on the shelf. Like, I know I have showed you some sealed copies that I said will stay sealed. But, again, that's only because I have open copies to play. I buy games to play them. That's what games are for. This is a Last of Us journal. I don't know why so many people think that gamers need journals, but that's got to be like the fourth one I've shown you by now. Here we have something from Blizzard Entertainment, which is rapidly becoming less valuable by the day. It's a heat-changing mug. And speaking of hot water, Blizzard is in a ton of it. Sorry, I had to make that pun, joke, whatever it was. I know it was bad. I'm aware. We have a Loot Crate pin. We have a mock-up of like a little horn flagon thing from whatever franchise. What is it? Vikings. Wait, that's a TV show. That's not even game related. I don't know. Here it is anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's a thing. What else? We have... Oh, we have a character from BioShock in a very tiny little collectible. It's the little sister. I wish it came with the big brother, because that would be more fun. We have Lapis X Labyrinth for the Switch. I'm pretty sure I've reviewed this. It didn't get a lot of attention when it came out, but it's a super, super fun game. I actually really enjoyed this one. It's a, I don't know, it's kind of a mix between like a platformer and like a hack and slash kind of thing. It's just very enjoyable. It's pretty frenetic, lots of fast pace, lots of bright colors and hectic music, and there's a lot going on, but it's fun to play. I enjoyed it a bunch. Here we have Lego Kaima, Laval's Journey. I don't know. I mean, I do know. This is one I saw at Walmart one time on sale for like $3, marked down from whatever the original price was. And I managed to pull the price tag off so that it would look better. Not that it matters, because this is the least in-demand game ever. But here it is. It's still sealed. Despite what I said earlier, that is a sealed game that I don't feel the need to open and play. I'm fairly certain it's not going to be a good game. Certainly not one I care about, and definitely not one I'm prioritizing over the rest of the room that you've seen so far. That was there because I got a sealed game for $3. And I was hoping against reason that at some point, maybe that would be worth more than the $3 I spent on it. I don't know why that matters. I never sell my games. Even the ones I've mentioned in these videos that I've said I'm going to sell, I probably won't. And if I do, it'll take me forever because I just get overly attached to my games. Here we have the fourth and final of the Jak and Daxter Special Edition Collection box things from Limited Run Games. It looks just like the other ones. It's big and it's fancy. Then we have one of the Trails of Cold Steel games. I have all of them. I enjoy all of them. We have the Joe and Mac Ultimate Caveman Collection from Data East. It has all 3 of the Joe and Mac games. There may be more than 3, but it has 3 of them anyway. Yeah, that's what that is. I felt like there were more words to say, and then I forgot what they would have been. And lastly, this is a nifty one. We have Golf Story for the Switch. I know I've already showed you a copy of this game, but that was just a standard edition. This is the collector's edition. Comes with a big trophy and some golf balls. But also, in addition to that, if you don't know anything about the game, that's fine. Why would you? Basically, you're going through, and they keep making reference to a game within that game called Gelf. It's golf, but with an A. So when Limited Run Games sold this, they also had, in very limited number, copies of Gelf that you could buy. And they actually, someone, I don't know who, but someone went and made the game that was being referenced in that game. And they released it. And this is a real game on a real NES cart that was released. And so, of course, I bought it. And like everything else, I'll play it. Okay. There's not another box there. I'm going to do this one. I'm regretting that decision. It's heavy. Okay. Then after this one, I'll have to reposition the camera for what might be the final time. We're actually getting close to the end of my ridiculously large collection. Also, again, I will say, if you are watching this video, leave me a comment of some sort. I don't usually like to beg for interactions like that because it just feels weird. But I am genuinely curious if A, people are watching this, and B, if you're enjoying it at all. I don't know if my rambling is fun for you. It's fun for me. I'm enjoying this. I just like going through all this stuff and talking about all this stuff. Honestly, just being surrounded by piles of it is kind of making me happy. But, so this is fun for me. I just don't know if it's fun for any of you. So if you're out there and you're watching, let me know. That's all. Okay, so box. A bunch more Xbox 360. And a few more of the original Xbox, it looks like, too. Like I mentioned before, the OG Xbox I got toward the end of that generation. It was actually the last of those consoles. No, it wasn't. The GameCube was the last of those consoles. But it's the one I probably collected the least for. Actually, half the games I have for it now are ones I picked up after the fact because the Xbox 360 had backward compatibility. And then some of them were just really important to me. For example, Panzer Dragoon. I love that series. I love fly-by-wire shooters. I have, the first one on the Saturn, and I really enjoyed it. And I even enjoyed the one that was on the R-Zone, so I definitely had to get the one for the Xbox. We have all the Guitar Heroes, and also Guilty Gear in the middle of there for no reason. And then, and if you keep seeing all these little orange all these orange circles on the sides of the games, those are the games that were backward compatible with the Xbox One. That's why I tagged them all. So that I would know that in addition to the games I had for the Xbox One, I could pop these games in as well and it would play them all. And I'm still waiting for Microsoft to go back and add to that backward compatibility list. Now that the new Xbox is out and, 8 or 9 people have managed to get one, I feel like they should be working on more of that backward compatibility. I feel like that was one of the very few selling points last time around, and so they should double down on that. They should expand it more. There's a lot of OG titles that weren't on that list, and there's still a bunch of really good 360 games that weren't on that list. For example, I know I mentioned when I mentioned all the supposedly foreign games that I wasn't supposed to take in on trade, but Kingdom Under Fire, Circle of Doom, this is super, super fun. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I was actually really glad I got forced to buy it in that deal there because it introduced me to a game I'd never heard of, and I really enjoyed playing it. That's one I might review at some point too. But that needs backward compatibility for the Xbox One and the Xbox Series. which, God, that fucking name. And then, there's some import games that I think would be a blast to have just so they could be available everywhere. And that's the thing. If they add them to backward compatibility, they have to make it so they're region-free. One would be Arcana Heart 3, and the other is Iron Sky Invasion, which is based on a sci-fi series, Iron Sky, that was released in the UK, and it's about Nazis in space, basically. But it would be really cool to have those games finally available over here, because we never got them, obviously. I did manage to import copies. That's actually why I have the UK version of the Xbox 360, was to play those two games specifically. So it would be nice if I could pop those in the Xbox One and play them. But like I said, they would have to get rid of the region locking that they have now, because that's just crap. Because there are a couple games that they've added to backward compatibility that were exclusive to like the UK or the Japan regions. And if you're not in those regions, then even though the game is backward compatible, you're still not able to play it for whatever reason. They respected the original region locking in the backward compatibility. And that's just really stupid. That needs to go away. Here's a game, Full Auto. If you took Burnout and Twisted Metal and put them together, that's Full Auto. It is very fast-paced. There's a lot of action, a lot of racing, a lot of shooting. It's craziness, but it's so much fun. This probably renewed my interest in racing games, honestly. Because before this, I think the last ones that I got into was probably... No, it'd be Gran Turismo 3 on the PS2. I did enjoy that. And then from there wasn't any other racing games that I really got into or cared about. There wasn't any on like the GameCube or the OG Xbox. Like I eventually got the Project Gotham racing games, but that was after I had already played this. So yeah, this was the next one that I really got into, and it was just so much fun. Just trying to master the shooting and the weapon aspect as well as the racing, because you couldn't just focus on one. You really had to be good at both if you were going to progress in the game. It was a lot to handle, but once you mastered it, it felt so cool doing it. It's an absolute riot to play. Also, this was one of the first games that I really actively wanted to get all the achievements on, and unfortunately I wasn't able to because there were multiplayer achievements, which are just the worst goddamn thing that have ever happened to games. And because of that, I had to try and find lobbies and find other people to play with and play the game online, which I hate doing. But I even did do it for a while, and I got some of the multiplayer achievements, but after a while, no one was playing the game anymore. And so when I went into matchmaking lobbies to try and find people to play with, there was just no one there. So I never got matched up with anyone, and I was never able to get those last few achievements. So yeah, that's annoying. And that's another game that needs to come to backward compatibility. God, it's fun. We have a bunch more OG Xbox games, nothing super important. A bunch of 360 games, also nothing super important. And again, like I said, it's not that any of these are bad games, it's just that I don't necessarily need to talk about every single title I pull out, and a lot of them you've already heard about. They're either very popular or very generic, so there's nothing I'm going to say that's original or interesting that's really going to be like a hot take on any of this stuff. Huh. Apparently I do have a copy of Xbox, or Final Fantasy 13. Didn't even realize that. I've never played this one. It's open, so maybe I did play it and I just don't remember, but I definitely need to give that one a go. I see lots of fan art and stuff for it online, so it must be semi-decent. It's got a good following. Here's another Steelbook Forza game, but again, Turn 10 and Microsoft suck because they took the Steelbook option away. So I don't like them. They suck. They're terrible people, and they ruined a thing that I loved. More Xbox. A copy of Madden 06, the rarest of all the 360 titles. Sadly, that's probably not even the only copy of Xbox or Madden 06 in my collection. More OG Xbox games, including Steelbook Doom. That is a cool Steelbook. It's another one where it's embossed, so the Doom label is actually like slightly raised here, and you can kind of feel this texture. It's just super cool. Okay, I'm going to talk about this one too. Not any of you. You don't matter. Actually, Cameo was in there. That does matter. I'll talk about that one first. This was a game by Rare, but it was after Microsoft bought Rare, or at least right around the time that that was happening. It's a really fun adventure game. It's 3D. You know, you play as this little sorcerer person, Cameo, and you have like these different elemental monsters that will help you, you know, in fights or overcoming puzzles or doing whatever. It's really fun and really cool. And Rare had planned to do a sequel that was supposed to be even darker and grittier, and was just supposed to be a whole lot more, because Cameo was supposed to be a 64 title. So it did end up on the 360, but like they didn't scale it up as much as necessarily they could have, considering the hardware jump. So with the second one, they were just going to have a lot more technology to play with and a lot more that they could do with the game. Plus, like I said, it was just going to be darker and grittier, and just, it would have been great to see that style with the game and to see what they pulled off. But unfortunately, like a lot of the things Rare planned to do, Microsoft bought them and canceled all of it so that they could force them to make Viva Pinata. And then eventually, this stupid bullshit Pirates game that absolutely sucks. So yeah, all of Rare's cool ideas got scrapped, and instead they produced garbage now. So, bully for you, Microsoft. You really did good with that one. But no, the other game I want to talk about is Enchanted Arms. This is a great RPG. It's another one where you capture monsters and they fight for you, but you also have playable characters that do fighting as well. But more importantly, it just had a really cool story. Like, it is a JRPG, so there's a lot of spiky-haired guy with, you know, large weapon or superpowers saves the world. It's your standard fare, but it was also just really interesting and fun. Some of the dialogue was cheesy, but also funny. And also, one of the things I remember most that really stuck out with me, and it probably meant more and stuck out more to people that it resonated with even more, was that some of the main characters were gay. In fact, the main protagonist seemed to have a crush on this guy who, I don't know if they said he was his friend and it just seemed like there were more, or if he just outright said he was in love with him, but one of the other protagonists. And actually that protagonist already had a boyfriend, and they were just very outwardly and openly gay. And for a game at the time, that was unheard of. I mean, in most media, that still wasn't really a thing that people were doing or that was commonly acceptable. It was never wrong to be gay. There was just a shitty perception that people had that it was. So this game, just ignoring all of that and having these openly gay characters and not even making a huge deal out of it. Like, the other characters in the game didn't react and say, "Oh my god, you're gay!" Like, it wasn't a thing. It was a non-event. They were characters that were part of the story and part of the mythos of the game, and they just happened to be gay. But that wasn't a defining feature. It wasn't part of their character development. It was just a thing about them that was there. So I really thought that was interesting and cool when I played the game, because it was just something you'd never seen before. So yeah, that to me just made the game really interesting. And like I said, that probably meant even more to, you know, gay gamers at the time, because, you know, especially if you're borderline weeb like me, and you love, you know, like, you really like the JRPGs, or you get into anime or those kind of things, seeing characters that are like you in the mediums that you like obviously means a lot. You know, I love playing video games, but if I play one as, like, an average-looking nerd that was always bullied or just kind of introverted, didn't really fit in as much, like, I can relate to that character even more. So any stories around him and his experiences are going to mean more to me, because they're probably going to closely mirror my own story. So I just think it's interesting and cool that they spun a new story with a new character, or a new type of character, to give other people representation that, like I said, up until then, they hadn't really had. I mean, I can't think of any games pre-Xbox 360 that had just, like, openly gay characters, and it wasn't used as, like, the butt of a joke, or it wasn't the sole defining characteristic of that character. You know, here, like I said, not only were they gay, but it was a non-event. It wasn't even part of their character. It was just a thing about them. But it didn't drive their story. It wasn't one of their main motivations. It was just a thing. So I love that. That was really cool. Like I said, I'm sure other people even appreciated it more, but I, just as a gamer that likes good stories and storytelling in games and likes to see something new and fresh, I thought that was awesome. Like I said, I've kind of boxed myself in a little. Obviously, this pile over here has grown, so I'm going to rearrange, and then we're going to do the last bit. We're in the home stretch now.
We're in the end game now, Tinky Winky.
And we're back to do all the rest of the boxes. So let's just do the boxes. Okay. First one. Ooh, lots of stuff. Some stuff that doesn't matter. A little Doom Eternal something. Looks like some sort of fabric wall hanging. And then a Borderlands mouse pad. I feel like I already saw one of these before, so I have no idea why I would have two of those. And then, oh, we actually have a lot of interesting stuff. First up would be this. This is the press cart for Trophy. Basically, they sent this out to reviewers to check out the game before it was released, so they could play like an early beta version and just get an idea of what the game is and write, educated reviews about it. I tried so hard to be one of the reviewers that got one of these carts. I wrote to this company. I tried desperately, was not picked. Very disappointed. So I actually had to go and write to basically anyone that was doing a review of this game and asking them, hey, did you get a digital copy or did you get one of the physical carts? And if it's the physical cart, would you be willing to part with it when you're done? It took me forever, and the guy that ended up replying to me that I bought it from didn't even reply for months. So I really thought I was not going to be able to get one of these carts. But luckily he did eventually reply. I was able to get one. Here it is. And I'm super happy to have it because it is just, like I've said before, it's something really unique and interesting and different. Like, yes, I have the actual official retail release of the game as well, but not many people have these carts. And no one else has number 6 of these carts. So I just thought it was really cool. And actually, to keep going down that, this is Ploid, an NES game that I backed on Kickstarter. And actually, I messaged this company, Nape Games, to ask them, hey, do you have any physical prototypes of the game? Pretty sure I already told this story, but I don't care. And they replied and they said, well, we do, but we weren't really considering giving them away or including them in the Kickstarter. Maybe that's something we'll do. And so they ended up creating a small tier, a very limited one, where if you backed at a certain level, you would also get one of their prototype carts. And that was entirely because I commented them asking about the prototype carts. So of course I went to that tier and I asked for that. And it was really, well, it was frustrating at the time, but it's cool now, is there was, I think, 10 people that could get those. So they sent them all out at the end. I got mine, and I opened the box to look at the cart, and they had mistakenly put in just the standard retail cart. Yeah, and so that was really kind of annoying, and I wrote to them like, hey, this isn't right, I didn't get the right thing. And at first they wrote back, they're like, are you sure? Because we're pretty sure we did it right. Can you take pictures? Can you open up the cart so we can see the chip on the inside? So I did all that, I sent it back, and they said, okay, well, that is not the prototype game you were supposed to get. It is a prototype chip, but the special prototype case they were going to put on it, and the fact that the developers were all going to sign the case, that didn't happen. So what they did is they took one of the internal prototype carts that, the staff were keeping for themselves, and they put it in this translucent blue case, so there's only one of these, and they went in and signed it, and then mailed it off to me. And so if you see, there are signatures there, and on the label, on the chip on the inside, they wrote this is prototype number, and then it has like the version number of the game for wherever it was in development at the time. So yeah, this is another thing that's it's one of a kind, it's really unique, and I'm thrilled to have it. And then we have some, not as unique, but still really cool to have retro USB games. We have 8-Bit Christmas 2020, and this is one of the other 8-Bit Christmas games. And what's really cool about this one is you don't see a label currently, but there is a black LCD screen right here. And when you actually put this in your NES, that screen will change images depending on which game you decide to play. So that's a really, really cool feature. I just thought that was really nifty and something awesome that they put into a game. Oh, where's the cart? There it is. Yeah, that's an art book. No one cares. And actually, I have a bunch of interesting stuff to talk about in here. This is another prototype cart, and I actually got this the same way I got the Ploid one, just by asking. So, I mean, I hate to shoot myself in the foot by giving away my trade secrets here, but a lot of times, if you just ask indie developers questions, A, they'll respond, and B, they're generally happy to interact with fans and do something cool for you. So I wrote to the guy that did the game Flea. I'm like, hey, I enjoy your game. It looks really cool. I'm obviously one of the Kickstarter backers, but I like, that it's like a puzzle platformer. I always enjoy those kinds of games. I'm really interested in this. Do you have a prototype copy? I see that you're selling physical carts, or you're manufacturing physical carts for the backers. Do you have like a prototype one that you're using to test the game? And if so, could I get that afterward? And he wrote back and he said, yeah, I'm just using the one cart, so he reflashes it every time there's a new version. So basically, the image on here is the final version, because the last time he flashed it and tested it, everything was fine, and that's what he ended up printing. So it's not like a pre-release beta. That's not a buggy version. It's no different than the ROM that's on the other official carts. But this is the one that he used to test. It's the only one that he used to test, and you can tell from the hand-drawn, taped-on label that this is definitely not the retail version. And again, I just thought that was really cool. I was excited to have this. Because again, I love these kind of unique things. There's a story behind them, and they're different and they're fun, and it makes this collection stand out more. Like, all the games I showed you in the last segment, all just the standard PS2 and Xbox and 360 games, even if they're ones I have a story about, they're games that a billion other people have. Each of those games sold tens, if not hundreds of thousands of copies, or even millions of copies. They're not unique. This is one of a kind. This is way more interesting because no other collection has this. So that's the kind of stuff I'm always going to love. And actually, I didn't even ask for these, but when he sent me the NES test cart there, he also sent me the Flea demo that he was using when he went to like conventions and stuff, and then the basically the final test disc that he printed for the Dreamcast. Because, whenever he was making a new image for it, again, same as like the NES, he would put it onto a disc, put that in the physical hardware, and test it, just to make sure that there's no differences between the emulator that you build and test in and the physical hardware. So, yeah, I got not only the NES test cart, but the final Dreamcast prototype. So it was really cool that he included that stuff. Like I said, it makes me really happy. I love having unique things. And then I guess I can keep going on this unique train. This is McDonald Land for the NES. Nothing too special there. But what is special, if you look at all the Sharpie on there, that's not just some kid writing his name. That is actually the signature of the guy that played Ronald McDonald. He was the one that was the actor in all the commercials and all, corporate events and stuff like that. And it does actually come with, this nifty little certificate of authenticity, which matches this little sticker and number right here in the back. And yeah, it's just, I thought it was kind of cool that it's actually signed by Ronald McDonald. I mean, I know he's not a real person, but the person that played him. That's really nifty. So again, it's just something unique and fun to have in the collection that I enjoy. And then we have a lot of less unique, but still kind of cool stuff. For example, we have some Dreamcast games. Not all of them are important. Actually, some of these are just soundtracks. Yeah, I don't care about any of those. But what is worth talking about is Bang Busters and Ghostblade. These are ones that were translations made by, oh god, I don't even remember who. It wasn't PlayAsia. Pixel Heart. There we go. So basically, yeah, they took some games that got Japanese-only releases, translated them, and ported them over for English people to play. So now I get to play them, and that's just kind of fun and exciting. Oh, yeah, and there was a third one on that set, Finding Teddy. Actually, there's a fourth game in that set, but it still hasn't come out yet. They're still working on that one, so obviously I don't have it yet. We have some random posters. We have some more limited run stuff. Return of the Ninja for Game Boy Color. They actually, just like with Shantae, they reproduced a Game Boy Color cart just to get it so more people can play this game. It was officially released in the past. It is available. You can still go out and find it, but copies of it are very expensive. So just like with Shantae, they just printed some new ones, and ideally what that will do is make the market price come down a little because the game is now more readily available. More likely what's going to happen is the limited run copies are going to become almost as expensive as the original copies because collectors just want to have them. But we'll see. Maybe long term it'll bring the price down and people will get what they want. Some more random PlayAsia crap. A little miniature mock-up of a cart that I bought from them. We have some special editions, like, I'm not even going to pretend I know how to say that. Void, and then just a bunch of letters. It's a collector's edition, and it has an anime-style cover, that's why I bought it. Like I've said, that's generally all it takes. We have some more limited run cards, because of course we do. We have, now I mentioned before, I had a really rough beat-up copy of Killer Instinct. Here's a really nice condition copy of Killer Instinct. It's not entirely sealed. The flap here has been cut so people could open it and actually play the game. But otherwise, the plastic is in great shape. The box is in great shape. The manual and cartridge inside are wonderful. No one's written on the cart with marker or anything like that. It's in really good condition. So this one's going straight into a box protector, and I'm just going to leave it there. And the other copy that's already kind of rough, that's the one I'm going to play. And then we have some boxed NES games. We have Shadow of the Ninja. Again, it's a limited run games reprint. Because again, it's expensive. We have Shara and the 40 Thieves, which was a Kickstarter game that I backed, and now it's out, and this is what it looks like. And then finally, Little Ninja Brothers. I'm pretty sure I already mentioned Kung Fu Heroes, the game I used to play with my little sister constantly, and that we thoroughly loved. This is the sequel to that, which is even lesser known and more hard to find than Kung Fu Heroes is. So this was a beast to track down, and I actually finally found it from a guy on Reddit. And oh my god, the amount of trouble I had to go through to get this game. For whatever reason, the gods hated the two of us, and me and this guy just could not find a way to make this deal work. He didn't have Venmo, and I didn't have whatever cash app he used because he's in a different country. And then, so we tried to go through PayPal, but for whatever reason, PayPal would not recognize my bank accounts and only wanted to send money via credit card, which they charge you an extra fee for. And it was this whole debacle. It took forever. And then finally, when the shipping went out, it got held up in shipping forever. It was a nightmare. It probably took a month and a half for the whole thing to finally go through, and multiple tries through multiple different ways of sending money. It sucked. I have the games now. I'm super thrilled I have them. But Jesus Christ, of all the times I've bought games online, that was by far the worst experience. Here we have a bunch more games. Monster Rancher 1 and 2, which I'm always a fan of. Like I said before, I do love Monster Rancher. I have one of the Dragon Ball Z games, and it's the Black Label, and it's sealed. I don't know if anyone cares. I certainly don't. I don't actually play Dragon Ball Z. I think, from what I understand, some of the games are actually valuable. I don't know which ones or why, so it's probably not these ones. I don't always luck into having valuable games, sometimes, but I doubt that's one of them. I'm sure it's just a generic game that I happen to have. Then we have sealed Chrono Cross, because like I said, Square did the thing where you could buy games from them sealed. Likewise, Final Fantasy IX. And then, this was another one of them, the Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy game for the DS. And lastly, we have Flea for the Dreamcast. Like I said, Kickstarter backer, I have the game. This was a limited printing. He only did 200 of them for the Dreamcast. I know that because on the back, it's numbered. I have number 10 out of 200. Okay. I I promise I'm not going to talk about everything in this box. There was just a lot of interesting stuff in this box that was worth talking about. For example, all these Atari carts, I don't need to talk about those. There's nothing significant here. In fact, E.T. is in here, which is about as insignificant as a video game can be. Although it did spawn the Angry Video Game Nerd movie. That was pretty cool. Okay, so let's get past all the Atari real quick. And back to stuff that's worth mentioning. Oh. When I mentioned Ploid, this is what it looked like. This is the limited edition that came with it. As you can see, they actually printed my name on the case there. Actually, I think it's handwritten in Sharpie. But, yeah, because I was one of the limited edition backers, I got that. And like I said, this was supposed to be the test carts, but it was not. It was just a standard limited edition in this little gold case. It doesn't have, it's not the prototype chip in there. It's not signed. So that's how I ended up with that other copy. And then this is just the standard copy of the game. It's still sealed because I actually opened this one because I wanted to look at the prototype cart, and it ended up being a retail version, so now I have no reason to open my retail version because I can just play this already open version of the cart. And then, actually, also from them was a game, Uchuzin, or however you pronounce those words. And yeah, it's just another little indie game. If you were a backer of Ploid, you got that for free as part of your backer reward thing. So it's an indie game that I'll play and review at some point. And then we just have some random stuff. We have the Bluetooth receiver for the Genesis. We have, what the hell is this? Ocean Commander for the Wii. The Alien Trilogy long box for the PlayStation. There's no rhyme or reason to these boxes, as you should know by now. What is this? Oh, Moira Chronicles H. It's a game. It's anime style. I have it. Bluetooth receiver for the Saturn. And then some more collector's editions. Trails of Cold Steel, rather. And Kandagawa Jet Girls. Which actually looks like Wave Race with anime babes in it. So, let's move all those over there. These are some little metal coins. I don't know where these came from. I mean, I do. I know they came with games. I just forget what company it was that made them. But it came with the games Castle of Heart, and what was the other one? Shadowbug. Because I ordered the copies that I did on the Switch. They were like special edition copies. They came with these nifty little collectible coin things. And then we have Trover Saves the Universe for the Switch. Towerfall Collector's Edition for the Switch. This is one of the ones I mentioned that was actually a really good, fun, playable game from the Ouya, and it got ported over to the Switch. We have Final Fantasy XII, sealed, square sight. The controller that came with my Forza Special Edition Xbox One. Even more Skylanders. This is a Wii. I actually had never seen a Wii like this, and then I happened to be at a pawn shop, just because every once in a while I'll check in with some of the local pawn shops and see maybe someone dumped some games in there. And he had two of these things for $30 a piece just sitting under the counter. I'm like, hey, what are those? And he's like, oh, they're Wiis. And like I said, I had never seen this version of the Wii. I guess it was just a later version of it that came out toward the end of the console's life. I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I want that. Can I have both of them? And he said yes. In fact, I think I ended up heckling him down a little and got the two for $50. But yeah, that was a nifty thing. We have Collector's Edition version of Blackbird for the Switch. And then for those two limited run games I showed you, Return and Shadow of the Ninja, here are the Collector's Editions for those. And then just a few other things now. We have the Lode Runner Legacy for the Switch. I love Lode Runner. It's a puzzle game and has a level editor, so I was a huge fan of it on the NES. So when Strictly Limited did the thing where they put physical carts of this Lode Runner Legacy pack and released on the Switch, I absolutely had to have it. My copy of StarCraft 2, I actually got this because a girl I was dating used to love StarCraft, and I'm like, hey, I'll get us both copies of the second one, and we should go online and play it against each other. And then we broke up before we ever actually played it against each other. So now I just have StarCraft 2. I mean, I still like RTS games. I'm sure I'll play it eventually at some point anyway. I don't do PC as much, but still a good game. It's just disappointing the way it worked out. We have a random Elder Scrolls collectible thingy. And then lastly, what is this? This is Monster Jam Steel Titans for the PS4 in a big special edition that comes with a giant monster truck. And also an instant unlock code for some of the better trucks in the game. And let's be honest, at the end of the day, we're all big kids. We all love monster trucks. Okay, moving on. I'll start with a small box, because that big one is big. This is just another random assortment. We have the Stuffed Dude from 40 Winks, the game from Pico Interactive on the 64. We have some random controllers. There's my Project Scorpio controller for the Xbox One, and then just some Joy-Cons for the Switch. We have a Vita game. Vita games are fun. A little banjo license plate replica thing, although I think this is actually the right size to fit on my motorcycle. I should totally put it on there. That won't get me pulled over at all. We have another little Skyrim figure-y thingy. The other one was a Daedric helmet. This was the Dovahkiin helmet, so they're different. We have a Cuphead air freshener. I still haven't played this game because they refused to release a physical edition. We have a Dark Souls something. We have a Silent Hill something. This is why I don't use Loot Crate anymore, is there was just a whole lot of random crap that I didn't know what any of it was, and not enough just interesting things that I really wanted or cared about. We have a Spyro and Spark Funko. We have an extra Joy-Con, because I mentioned a while back I had 2 Switches, and I let a girlfriend borrow one of them so that she could play Hyrule Warriors, and I gave her a case to go with it so she could store it in the case. She hadn't done that, and unfortunately, while moving it or doing something with it, she managed to snap off one of the Joy-Cons. So she bought a replacement set for it, and she asked, I'm just going to throw away the one Joy-Con that still works from the old set. I'm like, no, don't do that, because working Joy-Cons are hard to find. I'll keep that as a spare. We have some more tiny random Loot Crate crap. We have a Mercenary Kings art card. We have a poster of some sort. We have a little God of War art thing with an officially licensed sticker on it that's peeling off. Then we have the very large Mercenary Kings Reloaded and Flint Hook double box set. Isn't it pretty? We have a Fire Emblem amiibo. It doesn't matter because Fire Emblem is meh at best. We have a Zelda controller for the Switch because it's Zelda. And then lastly, an Atari 2600, the small little mini version. And then there's just controllers and cords for it. So that's that box finished. Okay, the big boy. Most of these, I say this knowing that I've stuffed other crap in this box. Most of these came as a set from someone I used to work with. I worked with this person, and at the time they're like, hey, I have a bunch of PS2 and PS3 games that I want to sell, because my brother and I, we just don't play them anymore. They're games we got when we were younger. We don't care as much about them. I don't really know what they're worth, but I don't want to take them to GameStop and get no money for them, so if you want to take a look, and I'm like, yeah, of course. And he brought in this big box, and immediately I'm like, oh, well, that's a lot of games to have to go through each one individually, because we're standing in the parking lot after work. I wasn't going to be there for an hour. So I eyeballed it real quick. I saw there was a lot of,
NHL and just different sports games. I mean, right here on top, there's 5 different NHL games. And then there's just a lot of, what you expect to see. There's like the Battlefield games, the Assassin's Creeds, Lego Star Wars, like I said, even more sports games. So there's a lot of stuff in here that made me think, okay, it's all not necessarily shovelware, but it's all super common games. There's nothing in demand, nothing super valuable. It is what it is. And I'm like, okay, it's... I guess I didn't realize just the pure number of games in the box. So I just tossed out a number. I'm like, I'll give you, say, $80. And he said that was okay. He's like, yeah, you think that's all worth? I'm like, well, probably it's a lot of really common games, even the really fun ones like Jak and Daxter or Shadow the Hedgehog that are in there. They're all the greatest hits versions, so they're not really worth anything. And I did notice that some of the games in here are in the GameStop cases. Like these ones here, actually it's a Blockbuster case, but yeah, it's Star Wars Battlefront. And then Bugs Bunny and Taz Time Busters. So not only are those common titles, but they're not even in proper cases. So I'm like, overall, $80, I feel like that's fair, and I have it on me at the time, so I can give you the cash today if you want. And we ended up doing the deal, and that was good. And then I got it home, and eventually, I didn't even do it right away that day, but eventually I went through the box and realized that buried in here, there were a couple, I won't say rare, but at least uncommon games, and also just a ton of sealed games. So I probably could have given more, but again, this was pre-COVID. Prices weren't as crazy as they are still right now. And then I saw, too, that in the bottom row was actually a Call of Duty Black Ops 2 big special edition, which is pretty nifty. And for Call of Duty Black Ops, they actually had this nice little steelbook, which is also cool. But again, none of that was on top, so I didn't even see those things initially. But yeah. Basically, that's what this box is. It's just a bunch of stuff that I ended up with that I bought from an old coworker, and it was worth maybe a little more than I originally thought. Again, I don't think I completely ripped him off. It wasn't the greatest deal anyone ever made or anything like that. I'm looking through now to see if there's any super rare titles. But really, no, there's nothing too noteworthy. One thing that is noteworthy in here, and it didn't come from this lot, I bought these separate on my own, is Persona 3 and 4. I got sealed copies. A friend of mine recommended the Persona games, said they were super, super fun, and I said, okay, I'll give them a try. It was right around the time that P5 came out, so I picked that up, I played it, and I actually really liked it. It was super fun, so I've been going back and trying to get the other Persona games. It's weird that I didn't have them, because I actually liked all the Shin Megami Tensei games way back when. I just, for whatever reason, never did the Persona spin-off series. So yeah, I found these 2 sealed copies online that were going for surprisingly cheap at the time, and I picked them up. And then the last thing in this box of note is the cookie counter. Now I know this is for children, small children at that, but when I was a small child, I had one of these, and it was my absolute favorite thing in the world. And basically it's just a math game to help teach kids math. But also, there's a little thing where Cookie Monster is throwing cookies back and forth, and you have to time the button right to make him throw it back. And so it's just like a reflex test. But it was just super fun. I loved it as a kid. I played with this all the time. And for whatever reason, it's similar to the Merlin that I showed you earlier. It was just something that one day I thought about. I'm like, you know what? I need to see if that still exists somewhere. If it does, I need to have one again. And I happened to find it online, and it wasn't super expensive, so I picked it up, and now I have it again, and it's a fun thing for me. That's all. It's not valuable. Nobody cares. It's never going to be a collection highlight. It was just a fun part of my childhood that I'm happy to have again. Okay, this is the heaviest box, and I already know why, because it's 90% cords and controllers. Is there anything in here that's not a quarter controller that's worth talking about? And the answer to that is no. Oh, wait. There's a Princess Bride deck of playing cards. I don't even know why that's in here. Oh, hold on. There's a bunch of random crap in here. There's a bike lock. There's some Hunger Games and Harry Potter stuff.
I don't know where any of this crap came from. And a multi-pass from Fifth Element. Cool. So, there's cords and controllers for video games, and also random shit that doesn't belong. What are you? Game of Thrones magnet set. Okay, I can skip this box. There's nothing I really need to talk about in here. So, yeah, cords and controllers. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay, a few boxes left. See how smooth that was? I know, right? Alright, we just have a bunch of stuff in here. Chibi Robo Ziplash. I got the set that came with the amiibo. I already showed you the amiibo earlier. And then, actually, this looks like it is 99% special editions. We have Hyperdimension Neptunia Metal Lunchbox. This makes the third collectible metal lunchbox that I have in my collection. I did not realize I had so many of them. We have Shantae, Half Genie Hero. Super fun. Out of all the games in the series, this one has the best version of the Scuttletown theme. It is just absolutely mind-blowingly good. Banfuse. It's just another rhythm game that uses a guitar. We have the Utawari Ramono, based on an anime. I enjoyed the anime, picked up the game, actually haven't even played it yet. Touhou Genso Wanderer, which, if I remember correctly, this is basically like a mystery dungeon game. And I actually do enjoy those. But mostly I just picked that up because it was anime style. I just found out after the fact that it also happens to be a good game. I have a handwritten note that I hope is a love letter I wrote to myself. I don't even know. We have a small The Witcher graphic novel, which I'm sure came with either pre-ordering the game or buying a special edition of the game. And then Soul Calibur 5 in this cool storybook-looking collectible case. Go over there. Oh, so many. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue. Too many words. Kingdom Hearts is so stupidly named 99% of the times. There's like a million words, and you don't even know what order to read them in or how to read them. I really can't stand that franchise sometimes. But we have Sora and Smash now, so yay for that. Here we have the Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Obviously, it was a collectible edition with the amiibos, and obviously I took everything out so I could play the game. Here is what I mentioned, the JRPG Arcana Hearts 3. It was released for the 360, but only in PAL regions, so we never got the game. This is part of why I imported a console to play it. It's not a JRPG, it's a fighting game. It just has anime-style JRPG character-y things. But yeah, it's a fighting game. And like I said, we never got it, so I had to get an import console so that I could play it. What are you? This is a very large Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Collector Edition with just a bunch of crap on it and dust. So much dust. Honestly, Assassin's Creed games were always okay to me. Like, I enjoyed them, but I didn't care as much. It wasn't like my favorite. I wouldn't go out of my way. And then Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out, and that's one of the first games in a while that I really, really strove to get 100% in. I got every achievement. I finished literally every quest and side quest in the game. I did everything that that game had to offer. I love Ancient Greece. I love open world adventure RPG games. I loved everything about what that was. So if they keep going like that, which it looks like they did with the new Viking game that I actually haven't played yet because it's on next-gen consoles as well as current-gen, and if I'm going to buy it, I'm going to buy the superior version, but I don't have a next-gen console. But once those consoles are actually manufactured and available to the public, then I will play that game for sure, and I'm sure I'll love it just as much as I did Odyssey. Here we have some Japanese games. We have Dr. Mario for the Game Boy. We have Hudson Best Collection, Volume 1. Each volume is a different collection of Hudson Soft games. The first one focuses on Bomberman, so I think it's like the first 3 Bomberman games all collected together. We have Pokemon Red, complete in box and all that. This is worth way more now than when I bought it. when I bought it, any imported Japanese games for like the Famicom or the Game Boy or the Super Famicom, they're worth nothing. Like you would import them for basically the cost of shipping. Like I have, here's a Yu-Gi-Oh one for the GBA. But I have like that Pokemon Red there, and I have all the Dragon Quest games for the NES, all the Final Fantasy games for the Super Nintendo. But they're all the Japanese versions, and each one that I imported, I want to say it cost me less than $10. Like they cost me next to nothing. They just weren't valuable. There was no demand. Nobody cared. No one wanted an imported Japanese game that they couldn't play. But now, for whatever reason, they're worth a fortune. Like even though it is Japanese, a complete in-box Japanese copy of Pokemon Red is probably going to cost $100 or so, and that's obscene. I literally got it for, I want to say, like $7. So yeah, here, like I said, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy for the Famicom. They're all, complete and shiny and in the boxes and all that, and probably worth way more than I paid for them. This was a weird game. It's Record of Agarest War, where basically you have your characters and you do the whole tactical fighting game thing. Or not fighting game, it's like a tactical RTS type thing. But you also want to try to romance your characters with each other, because you can make them mate and have babies. And then their offspring will play through basically a second generation of the game. And you can keep doing this to create basically your ultimate army by forcing your children to fight in the wars that you fought with. Really weird premise, but an actually fun game. And yes, that is like the collector's edition. It comes with, I think, much like that other one I showed you earlier, like a anime pillowcase thing. I have not opened. I'm not going to use that. That's weird. We have Growlancer and the Pac-Man Power Pack. All the games are there. Fancy, I know. More special editions with Mortal Kombat Deception. Oh, Jesus. Calm down. And Grand Kingdom. Then we have, pretty sure this is one of the Gears of War. I genuinely don't even know which one. I think this originally came with a slipcover of some sort, but when I got it, it didn't have that. I just got this. And, I mean, I'm not going to turn down a collector's edition, even if it's not 100% complete. Let's see, is the game still in here? No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what version of the game it is. It's, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's one of the Gears of War. This is Halo Reach Collector's Edition. I don't know why I have every Halo game and I've played none of them. They just keep ending up in my collection. I think it's because they have cool collector's editions. Record of Agarest War 2. Same thing as the one I just talked about, but this is the sequel. And then Duke Nukem Forever. This is funny. I love Duke Nukem. I was excited to get this because it spent forever in development hell, but they were finally releasing it. So I was thrilled to get it. And then I ended up canceling my pre-order because I had it pre-ordered at the GameStop that I was eventually fired from. And when I was fired, I'm like, well, I'm canceling all my pre-orders because A, I'm not going to have money right now, and B, I can give a screw you to the guy that forced me to get fired. It's a long story. So I just canceled that pre-order. I didn't end up pre-ordering or getting the special edition. And then, like a few years later, I was in, I want to say it was a Best Buy. And in their clearance bin, they had a bunch of Blu-rays and also a few video games. So I'm going through there to see if there's any games I want to pick up. And kind of toward the bottom was this box. It does have this tear in it, but other than that, it's fine. And obviously it was sealed and complete. And it was the collector's edition, but it was marked down to $15. And I'm like, well, $15 for a game I don't have, and it's the collector's edition, I kind of have to take that deal. So I did. And then I played the game, and honestly, it's not awful. It's not the greatest thing I've ever played or anything, but it's certainly not a bad game. Okay, we have 5 boxes left, so let's just do this shit. Okay, this one is half full of cords and controllers, so this will be another one that's honestly kind of quick. I don't need to cover cords and controllers. You know what controllers do, and no one cares about looking at cords. But aside from cords and controllers, we have a small selection of Xbox 360 games. Nothing super important. Except for Perfect Dark Zero, which was absolute garbage. Once again, Rare, you kind of sucked after Microsoft bought you. All the games I wanted, you canceled, and all the games that nobody wanted, you put out. What the hell is this? I don't know. This is a small drive with a USB connector. I don't think this is game related. It's a 2 terabyte drive though, so I have to see how much porn I have stored on it. That was a joke. Relax. Yeah, just some random games. Here's another Persona game. And at the bottom is... oh, that's what that is. My not-for-resale copy of Guitar Hero Van Halen. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I think if you bought Band Hero within a certain time, you could send in a card that got you like a pre-release copy of Guitar Hero Van Halen. It's the full game. It just didn't come in a full case. It came in the little not-for-resale promotional sleeve. So yeah, I actually should eventually try and find a full full retail case version of this, just so it looks better on the shelf. But I do like having the promo copy. Move all the non-game stuff out of the way. Okay, what's in this box? More stuff. We have another Master System. I think this is the third one we've seen at this point. We have another pin, because there are always more pins. We have a Devils and Demons deck of playing cards. I don't know how all this non-game stuff is ending up in these boxes. We have a Doomslayer Funko. We have Bowser about to get married as a Funko. We have posters for reasons, I guess. That one's a Lolo poster. No, it's not. That's a Vegas Dreams poster. The thing on it just looks like Lolo. This is the Atari 7800. It was backward compatible with Atari 2600 games. So even back in the day, people could figure out backward compatibility, which really makes the PS5 have no effing excuse whatsoever. Here's another one of those Atari 7800s. This one still has the plastic over this metal bit that I desperately want to peel. It also has a power cord, or TV cord still attached to it for reasons. Just stay there. We have a Sheikah Slate, which actually, I think, opens up to a little, like, journal or notepad or something like that. We have a little Witcher Wild Hunt thing. We have more of these Doom shot glasses that are shaped like shotgun shells. I don't need to make the same pun I made last time. Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. And more posters and Lords of the Daedra. Is there actual stuff in there, or is it a... oh, it is, okay. So it's like an art book, which is kind of nifty, because Skyrim has some cool art. And then we've got some more consoles. We've got my Wii U with one of the leg stands. Oh, no. There's yellow. Go in here. Good job. We have a PS3. It's the one with the slidey case thing. And then the Fat Boy PS2. This is my working PS2 because, like I said before, all those slim model ones, for whatever reason, never work for me. I don't know if I just have terrible luck or what the deal is, but every one I've owned has just not functioned. And lastly, a tiny PS1. And then another pin. And a card for some card game I've never heard of. Okay, moving on. Last few boxes, and I know I've gotten significantly further away from the camera. Why do I never remove the tape ahead of time? I'm so bad at this. Oh, good. There's extra tape. Okay, this makes for an entertaining video. Here we go. There is a shirt stuffed in here. Cool. I don't know why that's a thing. Oh, all that effort, and it's just a bunch of Atari 2600 games. This one is Kung Fu Master by Activision. Okay, well that was quick and more effort than it was worth. Here's the penultimate box. And it is a lot of Switch games, but also a couple more Evercade collections and some NES titles. A lot of indie stuff here. Project Blue, Doodle World, and Nebs and Debs. I think I've already reviewed Nebs and Debs. That's the one with the space lady with the alien octopus thing on her head. And then we also have a Battletoads reprint. It's from I Am 8-Bit. It's just like the Mega Man Legacy carts that I showed you. It's a licensed thing with, who does Battletoads? Rare, I think. It's a licensed thing from them. It's an official reprint. It's just putting some more copies out there in a spiffy little cartridge. And then we have Twin Dragons, which I know I talked about, because I absolutely love this game. And if we have Twin Dragons, then I'm willing to bet, yep, Micro Mages and, oh, I thought the solo one would be Raleigh. Micro Mages, another indie game that I love. I've done a video on that. And Crazy Creatures was just a really weird game that I have a copy of. And then, like I said, tons of Switch games. Nothing super special with a lot of these. I do have some imports. I have a lot of limited run games releases. But, I mean, they're all still things that you've probably seen before or at least aware of. So I don't need to go over most of those. And like I've pointed out before, they all have the shiny, colorful side art because I do the Switch spine thing. And if you don't want a wall of red in your game room, you should do the spine thing too. We have some Xbox One games, Assassin's Creed Unity, and Among the Sleep. And then a couple more NES games that are not in box. We have Trog, Devil World, which is a repro cart because this was a Japanese-only release. I reviewed it, actually. And then lastly, Metal Slayer Glory. This was a very lengthy visual novel for the NES, which, much like Devil World, did not get a US release. It was Japanese only. Someone painstakingly went through and translated the entire game and then put it on a repro cart. So now we have it in the US. This is a small cat for no reason. I think it came with a board game that I kickstarted. And then we have more Switch games. Just so many. And we have a bunch more Evercade collections. The Evercade is great. Like I said before, I buy every cart for it because I just want to support the Evercade. I'm a big fan. And I want them to keep going. So I'll keep buying the stuff they put out to support them. And actually, we have a bunch more boxed NES games. Raleigh, the one I mentioned, which is super, super good. The retail release of Trophy. I have the actual retail version of Flea. A game called Lizard. And Swords and Runes, which is another indie title. And then the Jay and Silent Bob Mall Brawl, which is the limited run games release. All of those are indie titles, so all of those are ones that I will review. And then here we have an official game with Dig Dug 2, just because I love Dig Dug 2. And then the final copy of Jim Power that I have in my collection. You've seen all 5 now. As well as Rainbow Bright, which was actually put out by Pixel Heart. I don't know why. I don't know if this is an official release that they just redid, or if this was like a Japan or PAL only one that they translated and ported. But they printed it, so I bought it. And then here's the Mega Man 2 Legacy cart, just like the Battletoads one I mentioned. And lastly, Metal Storm. And again, this one was put up by Retrobit. So I don't know if this is entirely indie. I feel like this might have been an old game that just got a reprint, and that it's not necessarily a modern indie title. But either way, it was a new cart that they had, so I bought it. Yep. Okay, final box. We are almost done going through all 3,400 of my games and all the consoles and controllers and collectible nonsense that goes with them. And of course, you would just be loose carts. Yeah, tons and tons of loose carts. Mostly all for the Genesis. I never have a lot to say about all the loose carts because I don't want to dig through each one to find the one or two interesting ones. So I think we're going to end on a very anticlimactic box. Especially because the Genesis, shut up, didn't have a whole lot of standout titles. That's one thing that always disappointed me about the Genesis when I finally got one. It didn't have a lot of RPGs like the Super Nintendo had. It didn't have a lot of standout stuff that, you know, really made it like, oh my god, check out this cool thing that they have, and it's exclusive just to the Genesis. I need to buy it so I can play this. I mean, aside from Sonic the Hedgehog and like Echo, which wasn't really that great a game, they didn't have a lot in the Genesis that would really make you care. And I mean, the Sonic games were great, so like those would be enough for a lot of people, and honestly they were for me. Like Knuckles is one of my favorites. I have him tattooed on my arm. But I wish they would have done more with the console to make it more exciting and more standout. Yeah, I don't even need to take all of these out. They're all just loose carts. There are in here a few things that aren't loose Genesis carts. For example, tons of Vita games. And you can't see them all because I'm far away now. But there's a lot of JRPGs here. All the Hyperdimension Neptunia games. I've got Demon Gaze, Operation Abyss, Trillion. Just a lot of that kind of thing because those are the kinds of games I like to play. And it works out for me because, like I've said before, JRPGs end up being valuable, especially on the Vita where everything is valuable anyway. Also in here, my copy of Sacred Line Genesis from Watermelon Team. It's very annoying. It came with case art for the Genesis, but it's all folded up and creased and stuffed inside this little plastic thing. They, for whatever reason, couldn't be bothered to just buy empty clamshells and put this inside it. So I have to go find my own empty Genesis clamshell and put this inside it, which is a huge pain in the ass. We have a bunch of PSP games, Darkstalkers, Castlevania, the Dissidia fighting Final Fantasy thingy, Kingdom Hearts, Monster Hunter, Little Big Planet, the Namco Battle Museum, whatever it's called. Nothing super special there either. It's just like the Genesis. It's not a whole lot of memorable stuff for the PSP. I don't know that that's ever going to be anyone's favorite console, just because there's nothing to really stand out on it. We've got a few more Vita titles. Again, I'm pretty sure every single thing in my hand is a JRPG, and half of them are Hyperdimension Neptunia titles. I really like that franchise. And then, yeah, the rest is just loose Genesis carts. I will mention both of these real quick, and then I think that'll actually be the end. This one was Steel Empire. It was a game that I played a whole bunch with a buddy of mine in school, which I know is sounding familiar, that I have a lot of attachment to. It's a really fun, like side-scrolling shooter, like Contra, but the screen moves whether you like it or not. It's just really fun. But one of the best parts is you can play co-op. There's a blimp, and then there's a small little, I want to say it was like a helicopter or something like that. And each one has a different style of, shooting and a different way that it attacks. And so the two of you each pick one. You can't each be the same one. You have to be one or the other, and the other person has to be whichever one you didn't pick. And you go through these levels, and you blow up all the enemies. And it was super fun. We played it a whole bunch trying to beat the game. I honestly don't remember if we ever did, but it was a lot of fun. I thoroughly enjoyed this game. And disappointingly, that friend later went on to give away his collection to the person I bought those 2 Vader-style Ataris from. So this isn't the original copy that I used to play with my friend. It's just a copy of a game that I enjoy. And then lastly, Mega Man The Wily Wars. This is a repro cart that someone put out because the game didn't get a US release for the longest time. But I wanted to play it because it's like a compilation of, I want to say, the first 3 Mega Mans. And I like those games, so I wanted to play this. And funny enough, this did get a proper release recently through... I know Limited Run Games did it, but I think a couple other sites were listing copies as well. I got mine through LRG. But yeah, now I'm actually going to have an official cart and not just the bootleg repro one that I have here. Because despite having the Capcom logo and the Sega seal on it, this is not official, it was not approved, it was not licensed. This is just a repro someone printed at home, and then they put a sticker on it. And yeah, that's it. That's the collection. You've seen it all, aside from, like, you know, random loose carts in the box that I didn't bother taking out or going over. And a bunch of controllers and cords that are still in boxes. But yeah, that's the whole collection. Like I said, this video was a blast for me, just to do and go through everything. There is a lot. And so, if you watched, thanks for watching. If you didn't, don't worry, I didn't expect you to. And I'll get back to reviews soon once I get, you know, some furniture and some TVs to actually put in this room and can hook up and play games again. So yeah, that's it. Bye.